Douche. Afternoon, VOD watchers. Starting a little later than planned, so probably just be us. Well, I say us. I'm essentially writing you a message from the past to the future. Oh, and then Aeon's in. Aeon, I was just sending a message to future VOD watchers. I don't know if you want to put a message in the time capsule for him. I don't know. I can't even think of a witticism to send in the future world. Indie games, they're all right. Dustin. Well, now it's a contest. First. So. Yeah, Dustin, we're just sending some messages to the VOD squad. So. What this means is that you and Verdant are now tied at 7 apiece. If one of you two grab it tomorrow, you win the month.
Captain on the bridge.
Hello.
Hello. Mental Monk, thank you. And tier 3 and all. Like, seriously, thank you. 30 months is no joke. Really fucking appreciate it. Really appreciate it. So yeah, Mental Monks 30, Dustin, Aeon. What? Oh, and welcome. Nah, Dustin, we can't change the sanctity of firsts. There's also today and tomorrow for the Clip of the Month Club. The World Trinity Wrestling has definitely got to be its own thing. The Rock, Paper, Scissors Throwdown. I still actually need to work out what the grand prize is going to be for the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament. But we do have our first sponsor. So if you or anybody you know would like to join the sponsors list for the Rock, Paper, Scissors Throwdown, the only thing I'm not going to be doing is pre-sign-ups. We've got 16 slots, 16 players. I am going to invite Virals and a few other people who were kind of seminal in the last Throwdown. Yeah, actually, so Aeon, it's currently looking like, for Clip of the Month Club, it's currently looking like Null's gonna take it, which is really cool. But then again, like, what video game do I buy for Null? I think I know what I'm gonna get him. Just like, I'm gonna go deep into like the language sicko puzzle hole. Yeah. Well, and speaking of Null as well, I don't know if Penny Arcade is quite the taste maker that it was in times of yore, but they've had 2 comics on the Killing Stone 2 days in a row. So, fingers crossed, hopefully that's the springboard to see them like careen off into the sky. Because I'm just... To be a huge fan of games is something of a curse, right? We are cursed to know that Question Games make fucking brilliant titles that don't sell as well as they deserve. Yeah, send him a copy of The Killing Stone. That would be very funny. Let me let Discord know that we're live. God, I wonder if... Did Meebot stop doing all its NFT shit? I do miss having the auto. Scotty. Nice. 75 streak might be one of the highest ones we've got at the moment. Though it does mean I need to do some like more random Will's Day Off streams just to keep it mixed up. But Scotty, how are you doing? I hope that you're settling into the new place all good. Okay. The hectic day with the paintbrush. Happens to the best of us. Those minis won't paint themselves, eh? Okay, and then we'll let Blue Sky know in a second, and jobs are good. Geographic, Watto and welcome. Megaboss, Yeti, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Puns, how goes it? Watto and welcome. And Megaboss, Blueprint's very good. I will say though, if like me, you haven't finished it, but you're halfway in, the update that went out today does contain a spoiler, which I was a little bit like, come on. But whether it's a massive spoiler or not, I don't know. Shitaru, Watto and welcome. If you didn't see, Blueprints rolled out a whole bunch of accessibility stuff. So, for anybody who has color blindness or other issues, that they've gone well into town. Yeah, puns. You know what would be a great parody game? It would take so much work to make, but to do something like the Landlord Super, and it's the mansion after it's been sold for flats. Okay, Shitaru, did you do a highlighted message to then do bits? Because that's really fucking cool. At least from I see it here. Shitaru, thank you. A pint glass filled. And we may see the indomitable J-Post unseated this day. Yeah, with one tiny pride flag. I keep saying I'm going to get the print of the meme that says, in this house, we stand for the flag and kneel for the cross. And it's that flag and then Animal Crossing. I keep saying I'm going to get it. Anyway, Shitaru, seriously, thank you. Rip and tear till the job is done. Anyway, come on in, friends, come on in. There's some video gamery stuff to talk about. Nothing massive. Let me let Blue Sky know that we're up and about. So Puns is tearing their way through Hades 2 and is up to 10 nights, if you know, you know. Okay. We were talking about this yesterday, and I'll probably do with Hades what we did with the first one, which is I will play it long after you all have cleared through it, because it really was a joy to get all like the inside details and stuff with our run of Hades. It was really fucking good. And it's not like I'm short on games to share with you all. If you haven't seen it, we're back in Rain World, and yesterday we actually found the first new shit. There's weird plants and new mechanics that I don't understand. Yeah. Well, and Dustin, there was a procedurally generated Counter-Strike competitor that dropped a few years back. That as a drafting game where the teams take turns drafting the map that you will then battle on could be amazing. Could be. I mean, you'd need to learn how to make it without killing yourself in development. You're right, Fearless. You're right. But I kind of. So one thing I wanted to talk to you all about today is involving the game club. Now, the game club has been really interesting. Not all the games have been bangers, but it has been really cool being part of it and promoting it and things like that. I just through the stress of life, the universe, and everything, which we don't need to talk about today. I had forgotten that we were getting to the end of the month, and I hadn't done the game club game. The thing is, the game club game is very cute indie, but it's one of those cute indies with like real heavy undertones about like, you know, loss and grief and things like that. The game is like, I think is it Forever North? No, it's something North. Farewell North, which this is the game in question that the game club was doing this month. It is a beautiful game of you and your sheepdog going on a little adventure and rounding up sheepies, but the overall story is about, you know, grief and loss and saying goodbye, which is a beautiful thing. It's the kind of game that I'm really glad exists, but I've not been doing good. I'm sure you've all noticed that from the outside. And like I said, not get into it, but we did Valley Peaks last Friday, and Valley Peaks is a free climbing frog game, which I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like, we'll just, you know, we'll have a cute Friday playing a cute indie game. It'll be great. Nah, it's about your dead dad and how everybody knew your dead dad. And I was just like, nope. Like, of all the fucking games to body me. And at the moment, I didn't want to risk having another situation like Valley Peaks where I only stream for a couple hours and then I have to just tap out. So we're not going to be doing this today. I do want to shout out the game club. I don't know what next month's game is going to be, and that I'm hoping to get back with it, but yeah. Fuck off. Sorry, PVS says, alternative option, you could do What Remains of Edith Finch. It's a cozy walking sim. I actually haven't been able to go back and play that one. What Remains of Edith Finch is incredible. I recommend you play it if you've never delved into it, but boy howdy. Knowing it makes it incredibly hard to make a case for streaming it, you know what I mean? But yeah, Farewell North is a beautiful game and very much worthy of your attention, and, you know, I'm still very proud to have our little, you know, sponsored by the game club down the doobly-doo, but I can't do a game about grief right now. I can do spelunking in a spooky, straight down, ruined. Oh no, genres. What Remains of Edith Finch requires content warnings for like a whole bunch of shit. Like, everyone remembers the fishmonger. Everyone forgets about the baby in the bathtub. Like, oh, that game is heavy. Brilliantly done.
The Athioli shopping district is proud to announce our cozy shopping game. Also, Find My Eye, Find My Eye, Find My Eyes.
Alright, Akari, you've almost got the Find My. You've almost got another one there. But I can thank you. Wait, does Twitch just highlight bit drops now? You'll are seeing that both Akari and Shitaru's was highlighted. Huh. I guess that's what they're doing now. Anyway, sorry, Akari, thank you for the 200. It's extremely, extremely, extremely...
I remember the bathtub. So many letters.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, genres. That's a topic we're not going to get into today, because yeah, we've already gone a little too far into the dark. But here's the thing: like, video games are an incredibly powerful medium because they don't ask us to just observe; they ask us to experience, right? Um, what Remains of Edith Finch is probably one of the best examples of that. Um, but you'll also notice that I'm not streaming what Edith Finch today. So we're going to be doing Idols of Ash, which, when I initially found it, it had not quite as exploded in popularity as it has. So, of all of the weird indie games we're doing, Idols of Ash... Idols of Ash is doing very well. Much like with White Knuckle, it's hitting big. We are going to use a grapple hook to explore this gigantic underground ruin. I'm looking forward to it. So this is what we're up to today. If we blast through this, again, we'll probably finish up Replaced. Or I'll throw in one of the kind of the short, weird indies I've been saving for you all. Alright? Now, to my knowledge, while this does have a monster that chases us, this is not a scary game, right? This is not like Xenomorph popping out and fucking up your shit every 5 seconds. This is one of those ones where it's horror in a term of atmospheric and thematic rather than like booga booga booga, which is why I put it on a day slot. But we got loads to talk about before that, and you know what? Let's... Oh yes, and Akari, you are the Jarl now. J-Post's near indomitable reign has been brought to a close. What will you do with this newfound power? Okay. Your decrees, you do not have an obsession with eyes. You may have an obsession with eeries. And yeah, that's how I choose to read that. Okay. Okay. So, you know what? Let's just get straight into the one I really want to talk about. So, Thick as Thieves is going to be $5. So, I don't know if you all have been following this. So, this is Warren Spector's team, which is very funny because he is the one quoted as saying, you know, video games aren't made by one person, says Warren Spector, creator of Deus Ex. Originally, this was going to be a PvPvEvP stealth game where multiple teams of thieves try to out-steal each other. It then announced a couple weeks back, or maybe a month because time has lost all meaning, that it is going to be a solo and or co-op only. Now, for me, I'm like, that is fucking smart. As we've talked about, any game that involves competitive PvP, even if it's not directly combat related, adds so many more challenges in terms of how you deliver that, in terms of anti-cheat, in terms of so many things, right? Co-op significantly reduces the amount of things that you need to cover for. It was announced today this game will be $5. They're initially going to be launching the first 4 or 5 levels, with an intent of then expanding upon the game if it does good. This is fucking smart. Now, I hope it does well, but like, we will do a Friday on this as close to its launch as possible. For me to turn around and say, hey, Jess, you want to come join me on this game? It's only $5. It was a good answer. But like, you know, well, Rod, sir, you're right. $5 is disturbingly cheap. But here's the thing: Warren Spector sickos, you know, Deus Ex fans, Dishonored loonies, might pick this up and play it solo, but it's designed to be played as a squad. So you're not selling a game for $5. You're selling 4 games at $5 a pop, i.e. you're selling 4 people a $20 game. Now, why are they doing this? Probably because their initial spec was going to be a big, you know, live servicey game. That's probably what Warren was shopping around. That's not happening. Now they are drastically bringing back the scope so that this game can, 1, come out, and 2, start making some money. Like, it does look like it'll be launching with 2 characters and 4 heists. So it's launching with the chameleon and the kung fu master or what have you. Yeah. Introductory taste offers 2 thieves, the spider and the chameleon, 16 contracts, and 6 unique pieces of gear. Go solo or team up, become a thief. Alright? They've reduced the scope so that they can release it within a century and make some fucking money.
Hope to steal a variety of violins. Best way to have a string of robberies.
Ehrman, thank you for the 1,000. Okay, so basically, they've updated Twitch so that the message with the bits is the same color as the bits. That's fucking cool. Ehrman, seriously, thank you. $10. All of it is very appreciative right now. You fucking legend. So thank you. I would say, Chaunerus, that the success of Peak has given them the confidence to reduce the scope and scale and the price point, rather than trying to make $20 make sense. You know, we were talking about the Killing Stone earlier on. Killing Stone is $12, which is really smart. Where we were talking about that Cthulhu game that Fearless has been playing, that game is like 35, which is out of my price range. And Fearless, you should actually make an incremental game called The Doom Scroll, because it would probably do really fucking well. So yeah. It is very rare that we publicly see actions of really smart biz dev, and this is one of them. Now, Thick of Thieves originally was going to have... so here's the announced trailer. This shows the a little bit of the PvP, and it shows the 4 character classes. So... Puns with, just started working at a bicycle factory this week. They've already made me the spokesperson. Get out. And then please come back. I will admit that the idea of a decent PvP immersive sim thief game does sound fun. However, the kind of people who really enjoy these kinds of games are probably unlikely to really enjoy the PvP aspect of it. And that we saw it with the Robin Hood game, that it's really hard to incentivize users not to be massive dicks. At least from what I saw for the Robin Hood EVP, what would happen is that there was no point doing the heist thing until you murder the other team. So it just turned into like a kind of a shitey... What was it? Like a shitey for honor, then followed by a pretty mediocre stealth stealing. So yeah, it's nice to see some good fucking news. Not have a game that I'm genuinely excited for making terrible choices, because let's be honest, that's usually what we hear when it comes to biz dev. So like, here's two obvious things that do need saying, but they're super obvious. Firstly, it's looking like Grand Theft Auto is going to be about $100 at launch. Whilst the higher-ups are doing their best corpo speak to avoid saying it, they are already preparing people for a three-figure price tag. Oh no.
I just started working at the bicycle factory this week. You heard this bike one before? How about once more? It's important to recycle.
1 million years dungeon. 1 million years dungeon. Araman, thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Again, Anyway. No. Thank you. That's all that needs saying. Araman, now you have the Yalden. Gone from having the rule of J-pose to now tumultuous times. What is your Jarl's decree? Hopefully doesn't involve eyeballs. Jonas, you're right, it's never too early to recycle a good joke. Or a bad joke. Like, every time Jess mutes the mic so we can discuss like what we're having for dinner and stuff like that, I will always follow up with and then I said rectum, damn near killed him. That is a thing I have done. That is a statement of intent. I'm driving this joke through the ground. But yeah, GTA 6 is going to be crazy expensive. I know this doesn't affect us on a personal level, but we're all going to have to hear about it. It's just prepare yourself for the video games shouldn't cost $100 conversation. Andrew Milson is still an evil piece of shit. Can you call someone an evil piece of shit without it being libel? I think evil... Is evil subjective? Well, anyway, he definitely looks like a character who got fired from Lazy Town for being too much of a piece of shit. And the thing I was saying in Discord, sometimes when shitty people are shitty all the time, we kind of let them off it. Because like, oh, EA said something evil. Oh, who could have seen that coming? But I think it is worth mentioning that he is an evil piece of shit. He was in the news today just saying that AI doesn't cut jobs. No. Fuck off. After the whole Monument Valley thing from yesterday, which has been taking on new life today, the CEO of the studio that makes Monument Valley saying that they've been too romantic with full-time contracts, and they really need to start using contractors. They really need to not be paying people full-time and just be paying contract staff. Yeah, that's gone down like a shit in a swimming pool. And good on them. Like, it's not good on the Monument Valley folks, but good on the people getting pissed at them, because fuck that. The whole point of video games is to make enough money to make the next game, to keep that team together, keep the band together. People make games, alright? And oh, you outsourced all of this stuff to a contractor? Cool. Whoever put their heart and soul into it, it's probably not the person who's going to be given that next time. Oh, you went to a different outsourcing agency? You went to a different third-party, like, contracting house? And the game's different? That's so weird. It's almost like people make games! Where's my kettle? It's my Monument Valley kettle. I just realized if I've been very quiet, I forgot to move the mic over. Alright. Sorry about this. There we go. How's that? That should be a little better, friends. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm having a bad cognitive time this week. I have been making mistakes left, right, and centre. Captain Steph, Watto and welcome. Yeah, no, anyway. Yeah, the Monument Valley thing fucking sucks. Yeah, Araman, yeah, the CEO should fucking lead from the front there. Yeah, and Jonorus, it's just that thing of like, it is because EA have been one of the most egregious like fuckers for decades now, and if things go as the rumors are saying, they're just gonna sell the fucking company to the Saudi investment fund and fuck off, and that's it, you know. And I'm not going to stand for a situation in which, you know, this Botoxed face looking fucker gets to pretend like he's the, you know, the champion of the people. Yeah, we've been too romantic about CEO pay. Because the thing is like, you look at the studios that are succeeding, and those are studios that have had success from a creative standpoint. Sorry, got my kettle. And have grown their studios upwards and made sustainable models. You know, I still think that if you want to look at really good studios, Sock Pop, Supergiant, you know, hell, Aggro Crab, you know, studios that have managed to create a sustainable model and go from it. Now, we talked a lot about Strange Scaffold and how Strange Scaffold used contractors, but it's not the same thing as what Monument Valley is talking about. See, like, for example, our Secretly Robin worked on a bunch of Strange Scaffold games. They are not to my understanding, they were not a full-time, like, in employment all year round, yearly contract individual. But they were brought on specifically for those skills and would be brought on for others. If you see what I'm saying? Strange Scaffold bring people on for a project specifically and keep them on. If Strange Scaffold continues to grow at its rate, those people will be made into full-time. The goal is to have those people be full-time employees, to have them be homies, right? Hire the homies. That's the mantra. Strange Scaffold is able to do what it does because it does it on a shoestring budget and a hope and a fucking prayer, you know? Monument Valley has made a lot of money and has been around for a long time. Like, the reason why Monument Valley is now like, oh, we're so struggling, oh, we're having such a hard time, it's because they signed a deal with fucking Netflix games. They signed an exclusivity with Netflix games that went fucking wrong. Whose job was that? Was it the CEO? Was it the biz dev people who signed that one? Sure seems like it. Are the people who made that stupid fucking deal gonna suffer for it? No! They get to punch down. So fuck them. Fuck that. Fuck them. Okay. Moving through in some more of the chaos. Now, here's one just to put onto your radar. It's not a huge, earth-shattering one, but the European publisher Digital Bros, who that's the parent company of 505 Games, have purchased... Okay, this is where I have to be careful with my wording. I believe they have purchased the rights to Wuchang Fallen Feathers, a Soulsian... oh, I'm so sorry, friends. You reminded me of the term, and my brain's just not working today. But the over-the-top Chinese martial arts style Soulsian title. The deal will see the Italian company take full ownership of the franchise, which will eliminate any future royalty obligations to Chinese developer Chengdu Lengzi. Pronounced Lindsay. Okay. Yeah. Now, this is a really interesting move because it shows a European investor taking like an active role in a title that is very, very much for the Chinese market. With it not being an online multiplayer title, the overheads are small. Whether or not we'll see more of this, I don't know, but it's kind of rad. It's kind of rad. Now, at the moment, what we see coming out the Chinese development scene is a bit of a mixed bag. Like, aside from a couple of titles, we're not seeing big single-player games. And the ones that we do see are very heavily coded around things that are based either in... Is it Wuzai? And the Z is... anyway, the over-the-top martial arts style or Romance in the Three Kings history periods, you know. The last one based on, Journey to the West and things like that. We kind of see three kinds of titles coming out of the Chinese market. We see those kinds of titles promoting... I shouldn't say promoting, sorry, but very specific subsects of Chinese culture. We see big multiplayer games, and then we see tiny high-speed like indie projects. There's no... If there is a small to medium-sized development scene in China, those aren't the titles that are getting traction and are getting published elsewhere. Now, I'm still researching what the current state of the Chinese development scene is. It's complicated. They are very heavily into using contractors, international ones predominantly in less affluent regions of the world, which is how a lot of the multiplayer games are able to bang out like content so fast. There are a lot of Chinese dev houses that are that utilize generative AI very heavily. But aside from that, like, my research hasn't given me enough to speak definitively about it as a region, if you know what I mean. But it's interesting to see a European publisher that, 505 Games isn't a powerhouse, but they ain't a slouch either. And that they're seeing the value in these titles internationally. Okay, we got some weird ones now. Who here remembers Amazon Luna? Crickets. Oh, you mean you don't remember Amazon Luna, the pivot that Amazon Games made to their cloud streaming platform? Of course you don't. No one did. It was not well promoted. It did not go down great. Oh, Cap Steph does.
I'm trying to listen to footsteps while you're talking. It's so hard.
Little fires on an arena breakout kick out, so I'm gonna bring the volume down because they're... No, it's funny. It's at least you don't have hot mic and you don't get murdered by me going, "What ho, dickheads!" Anyway, it looks like Amazon are going to be using the corpse of Amazon Luna as a potential promotion platform. They're currently piloting a program where you can play a 20-minute demo of a full game, in browser using streaming stuff, using cloud-hosted streaming stuff. They're currently doing it with Reanimal, but with the idea of like you play the demo of Reanimal for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, it then forwards you to the Steam page. Now, as a promotional tool, fine, I guess, you know. I think everybody's getting the wrong impression from Steam Next Fest in terms of like, people love demos. The spectacle and the variety of Steam Next Fest is a big part of what's bringing everybody in. And like, demos as a standalone promotional tool, I don't know. You got to build something more into it. At least in my humble opinion. But it does mean one good thing, that someone at Amazon Corporate still sees a value in Twitch as a platform, especially when it comes to promotion and advertising. Which, hey, I hate ads. If I could, I would turn off all adverts for this stream. But that's me. As I'm sure you know, I've currently got it that it's only at the beginning when you join and only for non-subs. And that's how I plan on keeping it, unless they let me turn it off altogether, which would be brilliant. But Amazon look at things in a very specific light, and at least in terms of actually being able to stream to you all, this is still the best site. You know, YouTube streaming sucks. It's so bad. And Kick is a Nazi bar. So, I don't know. There's a lot of things that keep me up at night, but at least this is one that's like, okay, at least Twitch is still going to be here. Hey, so you know how I love picking on Starbreeze? Because they are such a cavalcade of cock-ups that they provide me with conversation and biz dev theory for centuries. I'll give you a quick synopsis of the saga so far. Back during the VR craze, Starbreeze invested heavily in a panoramic headset. And if the concept of a panoramic headset seems stupid to you, don't worry, it's dumb. This nearly put the company in the ground. To claw themselves out of money death, they restarted development of Payday 2, moving very much into a DLC and live service content model. It did very well. Payday 2 managed to turn the company's fortunes around. There are other cock-ups that they committed, like Starbreeze The Walking Dead and shit like that, but that's another story. I hate that I still want a copy of that, but the Steam keys for it now cost like $1,000. Anyway, since heavily investing in Payday 2, turning things around, crossovers with John Wick, they've managed to claw their way back. They then launched Payday 3, which has not gone down well. Let's hop on over. I haven't checked in on Payday 3 in a while. Now, the reason why Payday 3 is a thing that I keep bringing up is that Payday 3 should be a slam dunk. I mean, it's sitting at 30,000 reviews. At $30, that's not terrible. But the critical reception for Payday 3 is not good. Now, whether you consider that a success or failing, this is where, like, you've got to read between, like, the corpo lines. I have a feeling that even with that huge sales, that they were expecting to do better than Payday 2. I think that was their overall intention. So if we go back to Payday 2, which, by the way, has been out for, over a decade, that has 174 positive reviews, and that's just in English. Like, Payday 2 has, in total, 443,000 reviews. Okay? And Avenger, that's the kind of things that I've heard. Like, it's janky,
It is not a proper sequel, and the thing is, in video games, when you put a numbered sequel, users will expect content, or at least quality parity with its previous version, with more stuff on top. That's just the nature of the beast, right? Is that fair? Not really. You know, making a game in 2020 is much harder than making a game in 2013, right? And there weren't as many co-op experiences back then. You know, Payday's formula was always a bit weird. You know, it presents itself as a heist game, but really it's just a wave-based shooter. But fine. You know. So what is Starbreeze doing to right the ship on this? Roblox. Starbreeze have announced that after the success of their homebrew Roblox experience, Notoriety. Oh, its full name is actually Notoriety, a Payday experience. They're going to be putting a second game onto Roblox. Teach your children crime for money. Yeah, no, Fearless, we are legit talking about pivot to Roblox. Now, so far, Starbreeze have made several pivots in a similar manner, and they have mostly all been a fucking disaster. Like, again, the reason why they had to go back to development of Payday 2 was due to the failure of, like, you know, all their other business nonsense. So it is extremely funny to me that... Because here's the thing, right? Roblox has a lot of users. That is very, very true. But one of the things that is very prevalent is this thing called, like, true games, or real games. That the users who are in Roblox will play silly versions of games until they can play quote-unquote real games. There's this whole thing of, like, users will eventually age out of Roblox as their primary platform. There's some experiences on there that are either very silly or very unique that sometimes people will come back. But for the most part, young users cycle out of Roblox. It's the same reason we're not all still on Gaia Online, you know what I mean? Real games. And, you know, Payday 2 is one of those quote-unquote real games. So pivoting that game back into the experience where users would be pivoting out to give them more money is very silly because, you know, Roblox takes a cut of all of this. Like, Steam take 30%. That has been discussed a lot, but you know what? Steam keep it flat, and they are upfront about all of the costings. Roblox is constantly shifting and changing, you know? They recently added a fucking season pass and an additional subscription service thing. Roblox also has, like, speculative item trading. It also has a whole bunch of other things. As a business, putting your stuff on Roblox puts you completely at their mercy, right? Far more than, for example, Steam. And it just... How do they keep making worse decisions? Anyway. PVS, would speak for yourself. Gaia forever. Just get that on your knuckles. Gaia forever. Where's my magic? Where's my permanent marker? Well, so Edwin, you know what? I think the only reason they didn't pivot to NFTs is because they were too broke to be able to do it when that was the thing. So yeah. And yeah, so friends, that's the long and short of game news at the moment. We talked about everything else yesterday. The punk anti-establishment rhythm game Unbeatable is doing a crossover with One Shot, which is kind of fun. I'll be honest, I don't remember much of the songs from One Shot, but I say it's underrated. One Shot has done great. Like, yeah, 31,000 positive reviews on Steam. Sorry. 56 in all languages. If you haven't played One Shot, play it. It's brilliant. That's it. This is on the, if you trust me, just get it. So yeah, that's the long and short of stuff. As I said, I do think that people were expecting this week to be a lot more of a shit show. After the real world events of last week. And I guess the machine has turned to other things. We already talked about the Mind's Eye stuff, which is extremely funny still. One thing, and this is just light and fluffy, but I'm sorry to inform you that the Fox McCloud puppet is super dead. During some... Should you buy Mind's Eye? You know what, Edwin, if Mind's Eye was a smaller game, I would definitely do a roast of it. There's so many folks who've worked on it that have been fucked over by their, maybe, lunatic CEO, possibly AI psychosis riddled CEO. That I don't want to dunk on it because I don't want to hurt those people. Edwin bought the stupid death fighting game. Oh, what was it? The Quiet Man or whatever it was. God, that was horseshit. Oh, and Aeon, yeah, so the back in the 90s there was an advert or a bunch of adverts for Star Fox, the original, which I can't remember if it was called Lilac Wars back then or if I'm just having some kind of descent into madness. But the live action photography and adverts use this like Fox McCloud puppet, and the Lilac Wars was the UK thing. Okay, the team responsible for those like puppet commercials unfortunately let us know that the thing was made with raw rubber and I believe it was fake fur. I want to say it was fake fur. The Fox puppets were created using gluing fur and feathers to natural rubber. So they deteriorated simply by existing. So sadly, the OG puppets did not make it. Yes, an interview with Japanese FX company Shirogumi. So yeah, the puppets didn't make it. Vanderbeest, Otto and welcome. It always gets a bit foggy because it was like, there was Lilac Wars and then there was Robotron for Contra and shit like that.
Gets quated nerd, you missed him so I cheered long.
Mental Monk, fucking thank you. Wait, what? Did I miss squats? Fuck! Well, seriously, thank you for the bits. You do not know how fucking grateful I am for all of those. But you will get your squats, and I apologize I missed them. However, Mental Monk, because of that, the Yaldum is yours. What we do with these newfound powers. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. It's been surprisingly under assault today. And yeah, I mean, so Scotty, that's also one of those things I think about, you know, when it comes to, like, preserving culture and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying we need to preserve Mr. Blobby. That thing is a fucking nightmare-fueled horror machine. But... Oh, and the Mental Monk decrees pet tax in general. You have your missive friends. Post them pets. But there's loads of things we create in art and popular culture that we never really expect. Okay. Hang on, let me just find some jams. Mr. Bobby needs to be preserved in formaldehyde, deep, deep underground. You horrors. So that's 15 squats. Okay. Okay, there we go. I need the non-copyright infringing Dreamcast music to cover the sound of my crunchy, crunchy knees. Okay. My legs still hurt from yesterday. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. Those hurt a lot. Fuck! You're getting you killed with my squats. I'm glad we're doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Was that numbers on top of the other? Is that another 5? Fuck you guys. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Ain't no party like a squat party. Cause a squat
Holy
party
shit,
stops at a
fucking
preset
legend.
number of squats.
Chaos. Fucking ledge. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously. Seriously. That is so much fun. You don't even know. You don't even know. So, alright. Fuck you all for the squats, but I will say they are getting easier and I shouldn't really complain about feeling better, but for all the bits you all throw in, for all the cash you put in, seriously, thank you. Alright? Times are scary. And the fact that you lot put your hard-earned cash into keeping this going is really fucking good. Thank you. Oh, fuck you, Aeon! I'm trying to say nice things. 5 more, I guess. And Shitaru, no, the Windrose team came together to make that. Sea of Thieves is a different experience, but I think Windrose is what Atlas hoped to be a squillion years ago. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. I can't see it being like a long running Friday game as a stream, but I can see it being a wonderful game to play. If I knew it wouldn't melt Little Fire's Frankenrig,
It won't.
then I would probably spend a whole weekend binging it with him. Like, we could build our beautiful pirate villa
Yes,
and our beautiful pirate ship.
we should.
I hate you. I just don't want to see the Frankenribs melt into goo. Also. Alright. Anyway, Aeon, you're a fucking terror. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Whew. Just need to say nice things while squatting. Nah. Not without saying nice things. Wait, nice things about who? Nice things about you lot. That's easy. Anyway. But yeah, Sutaru, to my knowledge, you don't need to worry about Windrose. It's self-published. It's doing real good. Like, honestly, it's one of those things of like, we've been talking about it a lot, of like the obvious games that are now dropping. You know, Far Far West, Windrose, like, all we now need is a ninja game to do gangbusters for everyone to be like, oh shit, did everyone want to be ninjas? Trying to think what else has been going down. I'm just checking the release. I mean, we talked about Essen Box a lot yesterday. It's had a bit of a rocky start, and I'm hoping to see better. Over on releases, Industria 2 has dropped. Industria 1 was rough, but with good heart. It was very much trying to be a proper spiritual successor to like Half-Life 2 and stuff like that. Like that good first-person shooter storytelling. No stone unturned. Why did the chicken cross the road? Only one squirrel can solve this murder most foul. Join Detective Cox as he encounters quirky characters, challenging puzzles, and countless minigames. You know. Oh yeah, no, puns, I think Far
One of my friends blocked me on socials for sending memes, so now we're printing them and sending them by mail. You can't escape the shit posts that easily. D.
I think physical shit posting is an underrated art. I don't talk to the person in question anymore, but I once sent somebody the script of the B movie. Like as a physical printed, like ring-bound copy of the B movie script. Offers, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, I mean, you don't need me to tell you what this kind of game is. It's a little bit puzzly detective, but ultimately just like a fun, cute comedy chaos sort of title. What else is on the will list? Again, Far Far West and Industria 2. The rest I think I told you about. You know, Moomin Troll is out. I want to spend some time with Repterra before I recommend it, but in theory, it's They Are Billions Dinosaur Edition. Build a base with friendly dinosaurs as you are attacked by shitloads of dinosaurs. But like, I haven't gotten to spend time with it yet, so I can't recommend it. Last time I got to play a game like this was pretty much when me and Sadlin did the Conan They Are Billions co-op game, which was really cool. But much like with a lot of games I talked to you all about, I worry because they are billions consumed my life. I had no chill with that game. And if this is to the same degree and enjoyable, then that will be the end of me. Because, like, I can't stream a game like this because I just go monosyllabic and get hyper-focused. Like, you'll have seen it. And yeah, Scotty, essentially. And Hoffer's, yes, it is actually based off the hit show Dinosaurs. That fucking baby. Again, like, that's really it from, like, the Will's releasey schedule. Capture the Flag has been doing fine. No one's played Hands Up yet, so we might get to be the first. And just for those of you who may be lurking, yes, I know about Titanium Chords. I think I wouldn't know about a match 3, you know, comedy video game with meta-narrative stuff. And I have not had the emotional fortitude to try playing The Last Cat in the Universe yet, because it's going to make me cry a lot. And I'm in two minds about Tides of Tomorrow, because the demo did leave me feeling a little bit like, however, it's doing good, and people are really enjoying it. Tides of Tomorrow, if you didn't see, it was the one where, like, you play it, you're basically playing one of a squillion time loops, and your fellow players can also have played a time loop, so you can follow behind them. Their actions will affect your playthrough. Or perhaps it's better to say that you'll be following whatever they did. In the demo, it didn't work as well, i.e. there were lots of places where there were two choices, like go left through the market or go right through the bar. But the person before you went right through the bar, so you have to go through the market. Obviously, something like this isn't about necessarily the technicalities of how it's done, but how it's experienced. Yeah, but Edwin, considering that the reviews coming through from it, people are really enjoying it. You know, the kind of people who will play something that's this colourful and this different and weird. I don't know. Maybe they stuck the landing. Route 96 is fucking
Reactor
good.
online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All
If it isn't
systems
the
nominal.
Penny Arcade featured developer,
The
Nick,
ultimate answer.
rocking at a 42. How you doing, mate? I was going to see if you wanted to be a contestant for the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament this Saturday. Just as a quick reminder, we are doing the next big Rock, Paper, Scissors throwdown this Saturday. Sponsorship slots are available. We have our first sponsor. So if you want to have a shout out at the top of the hour or put a logo on screen, prices are available now. Because my... Oof. Now, Nick, are we happy about is a 9-hour video call as in work good, or 9-hour video call we need to seek vengeance on your behalf? I hate it when they do that, when you click the developer and it takes you to the publisher. Anyway. Or is it Road 96? Yeah. If you haven't seen it, Road 96 is phenomenal. It's a really great example of what you can do with a story-focused game. If you haven't had the chance to play it, I'm not going to tell you any more. Just the premise is you are playing as a teenager who is trying to make a run for the border to get out of an increasingly fascist country. Before you ask, no, it was not intended to be a commentary on the United States. It was actually based on things that were happening in, I believe, Italy. It presents itself as a roguelike. It's not. it's something else. You play as each attempted run that you do is a different character, and the individuals that you meet along the way are the stories as they unfurl. It's really cool. And like, this was superb. So that's why I'm prepared to give Tides of Tomorrow a lot more of a look than I would a lot of other titles. So yeah. Anyway, so Nick, again, it was really cool. 2 days worth of Penny Arcade comics. I don't know if PA still has the taste making power it once had, but fingers crossed. Also, and Nick, I know we talked about this at the time, the demo of Tides of Tomorrow did not leave a good taste. And it definitely reminded me of why, as devs, we stopped doing demos. Because a bad demo puts people off a game for no money. Even if the actual game as it launches is way better. But from what I've seen, at least from the reviews as they're coming in and as they're doing, like, people seem to be really enjoying Tides of Tomorrow. So but yeah, like, friends, that's the long and short of Vidya Gamery for the day. I don't think there's anything I've really missed. I was quickly rechecking the hot sheets and whatnot. Loads of people keep looking at the Take-Two discussions around LA Noire and taking very, very different. I do not think we are getting a sequel to LA Noire anytime soon. But some people are definitely taking a side hit of copium. Yes. Sorry. Nick was just saying that LA Noire bombed financially, massively. LA Noire was insanely expensive to make. After a very long and troubled development, man, are there no videos to go with this? Oh yeah, here we go. You got to see this in action if you haven't. Team Bondi basically got absorbed into Rockstar Whole, and other wings of Rockstar had to come in and help finish it. They had an insanely expensive facial capture technique, which ultimately we moved away from because it was bad. It was very, very expensive. It made people's faces look super weird. And the game did not sell what they thought it would. As a game, it's fine. It has a terrible last act that leaves a real, like, bleh in your mouth. But the rest of it is probably one of the better love letters to that, like, film noir style. Plus, it also featured this great thing where you can have your NPC drive you to the crime scene, so you don't end up doing crimes on the way. Yeah, and Nick, that's a good point. You know, thanks to LA Noire, we learned a lot about how to do facial capture. So what this did for LA Noire is you would have cameras filming the face, and the face would then be mapped onto the character. What we do these days is we put little dots, and the little dots capture the facial movements, much like mocap captures the flaily arm nonsense. That's what we then use. I also believe we have, like, eye tracking shit now and stuff like that. And yes, this is the famous press X to doubt game. I mean, Avenger, that's a good point. Rockstar famously lacking in money for vanity projects. But the thing with LA Noire is it ran so far over budget. And like, I miss it. I miss these kinds of games being the big swing and a miss. Oh, Orzine saying that apparently the Matrix game did the same thing. Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. It is really cool though that like for photogrammetry and motion capture, what you can actually just do now as yourself, like there's a lot. Sorry, that was a pin to pause if ever there was one. TLDR, more budget mocap equal good, yes.
The dust begins to swarm all around.
Yes, a DJ Coil with this one. Whether or not people have sorry, just again, Nick was just saying that they're working on a budget mocap solution based on Slime setup. An indie team can do it for sub $300. That's fucking cool. So yeah, we're not going to see a sequel to LA Noire. I don't want anyone to start getting their hopes up. But, you know, could you, as an indie team, do a film noir style game of the same variety in an over-the-top manner? Yes, you could. And there are a myriad of ways that someone could approach it. I guess that's the thing, right? Is while the Battleship devs are struggling to compete with Roblox, you know, the floodgates are now open for huge amounts of creativity, which makes me so happy. Actually, and speaking of which, let's get our game going today. No, I didn't see the Yerba Buena game. Excuse you? Sorry. Huh. Here's a wild thing. We're not even going to be the most popular Idols of Ash stream today. Wild. So yeah, no. Let's keep talking about this, friends, because the game I want to show you today is wildly creative and very indie. Though I do think I have to use mouse and keyboard for this one, so please forgive the tippity-tappity make stuff happy. Okay. Let's check settings and stuff now. Because the thing that Far Far West and Winrose has shown us is that, oh, Mr. Huge, gigantic super publisher with, you know, stupid amounts of money, you chose not to make the game that people wanted from you. Boy howdy, that sure does. Ooh, do we want a glowing monster? Monster bioluminosity. That could be fun. I think that's meant to be an accessibility so that you can... to sprint by default just to save my hands. Ew, 720p. Well, no, it's full screen to native, or you set the window size, so it's not 720. Yeah, you know what? I'm on a glowing monster. I'm a loud one. Yeah, those big publishers seeming large on dollars and poor on cents, like abso-fucking-lutely. And it is extremely funny because like they have the funds to be able to do these cool and fresh original things, and they feckin' don't. Hang on, I just need to turn off my slug cat death counter. You know. So Nick, I've been talking a lot about like the cowboy ninja pirate combo, i.e. like the trifecta of popular culture archetypes that are woefully underrepresented in games, and how like Windrose didn't really have to do anything crazy in terms of its creative pitch. It just had to be, I mean, Valheim for pirates. And it's doing so well. Far Far West dropped only yesterday. And like, it's already done gangbusters. And what is it? Robot Cowboys. That's it. Robot Cowboy Shooter. Done. Yeah. And I get that pirate games are technically difficult, but not if you start with new modern engines. Like, sure, when they started making shit like Black Flag and Sea of Thieves and shit, like, the synchronicity of water effects and stuff was really fucking hard, but you can just do that now. Fucking the Yakuza, what is it? Yakuza, I almost said zombies in Hawaii. Pirates of Hawaii has broadside and ship-to-ship battles. It's kind of bones, didn't it? Okay. A long journey and a sleepless night. All that matters now is finding it and seeing her. Hatsune Miku. Okay. So I've swapped it so it's shift to... Okay, so it's shift to walk rather than run. I've got my zoom button, and I've got my... Oh, that's kind of cool. If it can't hook onto something, it just kind of bounces. All right. Yeah, and so Phyllis was pointing out, and I'm sure you've all seen it because the meme did the rounds, that at one point it was historically accurate to have a cowboy, a samurai, and a... and was it Abraham Lincoln? That you could have three iconic time periods interacting at the same time over a telegram. And what's wild to me is that premise hasn't been turned into a game because it's right there. The other one, how many soldiers could conquer the Roman Empire? Like, that was a meme that was doing the rounds in the early days of Reddit, which feels like a horrifying thing to say. There was a PS2 game called Samurai Western. It was not good. Sadly. Okay, so throw grapple. Well, okay, so Hawks, if you never saw it, It was just a thread that had a bunch of debate on. All right, I just need to get to the bottom of this place. Easy. It was a thread that had a bunch of debate on, and it was based predominantly on US military. But it's like, how many US military soldiers would it take to conquer the Roman Empire? And then the debates and discussions around that is really where it came from, right? Because, you know, do they have access to a resupply, or is it just what they show up with? It's basically a reworking of, you know, what was that old one of like... Oh, okay, so control to slide down the rope. Shift and jump to climb up the rope. All right. It was a reworking of that old movie concept of like, could one modern battleship change the course of, you know, war? And you know, it's something like a totally accurate battle simulator. But again, as a premise, either as a comedy game like Totally Accurate Battle Sim, or doing it quasi-seriously as like a, you know, a back when Paradox actually made smart business decisions game. I'm not going to say Paradox published bad games, but... and Paradox might be the epitome of a publisher kind of failing upwards. You know, promoting to their own point of incompetence. Exactly. So, now you're getting into the crux of this. Like, the Roman Empire was fucking massive. Sure, modern military, you've got, you know, cars, vehicles. Do they get access to tanks? But then, those things need resources to run. Was the Roman Empire led by Wilhelmus? No, but you are starting to understand now how I got into the Sonic universe. Time travel. It's time travel. And like, I understand that, you know, discussions about, oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, I did not want to do that. Oh, my bones! Oh, piss the bed. Okay. Shit. Okay, I'm going to start that again. And yeah, so Hawks, then you can make a strategy game with a ridiculous concept, and then yeah, at easy mode you have access to, you know, resupplies of ammo and fuel. At hard mode you just get your people. But then you could almost get like a, you know, a Dr. Stone style situation, you know, knowledge of what happened in history. Now you've got yourself a fucking premise. Okay. Fuck. My bones. Okay. Although, check this out. Okay, breathe in the ashes. You breathe in the ancient ashes, and the musty scent of stale air is replaced with pine and morning dew. You can almost see the faint outline of your village, stirring awake. And you remember, it was the day you left this place. You don't want to remember this. It serves no purpose to you now. Hey, I'm not dead. But also, for environmental storytelling, like, look at this. You get like a little poem about where you were. The flowers and things are naught but, you know, ghostly ashen remains. I wanted to create a title like this with Eric. However, I wanted to do something that was more based on like puzzles and the ilk. But yeah. And Nick, I haven't watched any new anime in fucking ages. I nearly caved the other day and re-upped my Crunchyroll. But the Crunchyroll was like, you're using a VPN. Which I absolutely wasn't. So... Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, you absolute bad word. So this doesn't have any kind of like bullshit midair nonsense. If you jump, that is the direction you're jumping in. You can't then... I guess you can nudge it slightly. You can't pull off any kind of like horseshit midair acrobatics, which is what keeps getting me killed. It's fine. Yeah, and Nick, that's what I thought was wild, but yeah. You know, I do want to watch new Jujutsu Kaisen, and thanks to Devershi, I do have the Chainsaw Man movie to look forward to at some point. Okay, but you can use this for momentum, which is cool. Oh. Call me knickknacks the way my moves are nice and spicy. Yeah! How's that for a slice of fried gold? Thank you. Okay. A lantern ember has rekindled some vitality. These are cool. I thought I saw something in the distance, but... dithering. Okay. So I think that's our next checkpoint. Okay, I think I get it. The embers are what we need to move towards for remembering what this place was. Oh! Oh, you are a big problem. I don't like it. I don't like it. Fuck. Fuck. Oh. Joke's on you, you great big bastard. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. I have mastered megastructures the likes of which your Buglian body can't even comprehend. It's time to huff some dead guys. You breathe in the ancient ashes, and you see Parakthos. His kind and sun-weathered smile is gone and replaced with a solemn line. Is there nothing we can do to change your mind? He places a hand on your shoulder, and you shrug it off. Guilt fills your stomach. You don't want to remember this, and it serves no purpose to you now. Woo! Woo! Can't get me. Can't get me. Woo! Yeah, I wonder if the ashes work as like a keep away. It's kind of cool. Yeah, so I'm hoping that the bioluminescence on the Spuda... Well, it's not really a spider. It's kind of like a millipede with human hands. Should help with anybody who's kind of got the bug fear. Oh, he seems to be coming this way. Okay, yeah, the ashes do provide some protection. It's bug snacks. You're the snacks.
How many times did they have to batter Sonic to get those rings, I wonder?
Guess we'll never know. And Scotty, seriously, thank you for the bits. But anyway, I just wanted to add that there are a lot of, like, admittedly very memey concepts that work really fucking well. That feel like... Oh, okay, I can't get a grapple on that. That feel like they've been, like, drastically overlooked, right? And with things like windrows and stuff like that, like, look, making a game isn't easy. Games like windrows and things like that, they live and die on their netcode. It's just, as a concept, it's like leaving cash on the table. You know, one of the things that has really impressed me was Devolver signing the zombie game, Quarantine Zone. Because if you had asked me, I would not have thought that many places had really kind of come to understand okay, there we go. Oh shit. Fuck. Ah, pissed the bed. It's fine, it's fine. Those kind of like inspection games are pretty prevalent, and I have found it very surprising how... Alright. He's got the boogie woogie up in his buggy body. Oh, shit the bed. Fifth time's a charm. Yeah, those kind of like inspection games and those checkpoint games and things like that are very successful. And it's been wild. Okay. You can take damage if you fall too hard. Okay, now I know. And knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. But those games have been very successful. And seeing Devolver actually go, no, like, this is a kind of game that people want. Where are you, you glowing bastard? Okay, so I have gotten myself in a bad place. And I hear the bastard swing. You know, seeing Devolver understand that those games have value and signing them, I don't know, real fucking smart. There's no reason why, you know, a huger company couldn't have done that, except for, like I know why they don't. You know, it's the stopping to pick up $10 problem, right? A lot of the bigger publishers are now so big that to stop and publish a game from a smaller team takes so much in the way of resources. And then what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to get projects like, you know, ID at Xbox. You know, hey, we publish the cool, weird indie stuff. Don't even worry about it. Ooh. You know, that they have a system that in place that they can do the cool, weird shit. Except for they don't. They too have become too bloated. Alright, I'm gonna go huff some ashes. Oh. Scotty's saying that throwing while falling is a last-ditch panic move to me, not an actual technique. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm just making good friends with gravity. Oh, on the subject of things watched, I did finally watch the follow-up video that Dan Olsen did for the Mr. Beast games. And seriously, for any of you who have worked in games or board games or any kind of like creative design, I really recommend that you sit down and watch it. If you didn't see, Dan got invited to go out to watch the filming of Mr. Beast's Beast Games Season 2. He made a video, it's very funny. I highly recommend it. But But then he did a follow-up where they actually talk about the episodes, and they talk about like the game design and how it all comes together and how it's fucking bad. Oh, sorry. There is a sickness in the air. You don't want to remember this, and it serves no purpose. Hang on, let me see if I can breathe it in again. You see the shape of her. It's frail and twisted. The coil rot had already done its terrible job and left you with the pieces. You smell the sickness hanging in the air. Yeah. One of the ones that made me laugh so much is one of the first ones, in that apparently the premise behind the quote-unquote Beast games was strong versus smart. Who will win? And the strong challenge, the very first one that people do to get, you know, to whittle down the contestants. Oh, no. Yeah, fuck off. You're not allowed up here. No. No. Yeah. Ah, you can't get me. Ah, you can't get me. You can't get me. There is no way that will come back to bite me on the arse. Yeah. Oh no, Jamami, it is a great video to inoculate against imposter syndrome. Like, learning that the Mr. Beast videos are all conceived with a thumbnail first, and they create a video backwards from that. Right. But yeah, the game design around the quote-unquote Beast games is so poorly done that even like a cursory playtest would have exposed all the flaws. And the thing is, when money's on the line, you can't get mad at your players for breaking your system. But anyway, yeah, the strong challenge was fascinating because, like, I am not a strong person. But the way it worked is there was a suspended rope. You have to climb down it, grab a bag, a weighted bag, and then climb back up and put it on. Okay. But the weighted bag is a third of your body weight. Now, can anyone see the problem with that? Sir, you are not allowed over here. The beast of Mr. Beast has found me. Oh, what's he gonna do? Reply in my comments? Yeah, so Sturdy, I think that the ancient relic at the base of this ruin is a flamethrower. So Scotty, the bag is from the bottom of the rope. So you grab onto the rope, you climb down, you get the sack, and then you climb back up. That's the challenge. However, you know, I know. Pulling yourself up a rope is pulling your body weight, right? So the heavier that you are, the harder it is to climb a rope. If you are a scangly fucker like I used to be, dead easy. If you are someone with actual body mass, even if that body mass is like muscle, then you are very heavy. A third of your weight, if you are, again, a waif like me, is a couple of extra cookies. If you are someone who actually works out and, you know, has built up mass and is physically strong, will be significantly more. So, like, you know, if you're already 250 pounds and then you have to pull a third of your body weight up on top of what you're already doing, you're putting like 300 pounds up a rope. Because that's how gravity works. But if you were, as some of the contestants, like a ballerina or a long-distance runner or something like that, you're already tiny, so you're good. And Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. Wago! Okay, so Scotty. Maybe you have a point. Maybe I need to stop jumping. Yeah. But there were... You know, there were other... Anyway, watching Dan's video is fascinating because it just shows that, like, they did no game testing. They looked at none of this, and they didn't consider how, you know, contestants would game the system. Because you can't get mad at people when there is millions of dollars on the line. Got an idea. Okay, the idea didn't work. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, like, we're not even talking about complicated game theory. You know, what I did find was incredibly funny going through it is that the final challenge is basically a less funny version of Carrot in a Box. Now, I would love to do a version of Carrot in a Box with you lot, but I think you have to play it IRL, right? Oh, Carrot in a Box. It's kind of a... It's a so stupid it's brilliant bluffing game stolen from 9 out of 10 Cats, I believe. A British game show. And, oh, my bones! There are 2 boxes. And in one of those 2 boxes, there may be a carrot. There may, in fact, be... Okay, you can fuck off, mate. A carrot in a box. Weirdly, this time, the carrot, not a euphemism. Well, okay, there is a carrot in one box. And both players are allowed to look in their box and try and work out who has the carrot. If you choose to steal the other person's box and they don't have a carrot, you lose. If they do have a carrot and you steal it, you win. It's a classic kind of like back and forth. Okay, the point being, Scotty, the Mr. Beast game's spinning of wheels and checks was a less interesting version of Carrot in a Box. And the thing is, it's the simplicity of that. It's the simplicity of that bluff is how it works. Oh, sorry. Let me just... Sorry, I wanted to grab the point before. Okay. So, you see the shape of her. It is strong, hale, beautiful, but distant. You remember this moment. She has waited months for you to return. Every step you had ever taken was a step towards her. Seeing her distant shape is unbearable now. It's too far. You don't want to remember her like this. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to grab the checkpoint before... our monster needs a name. I don't want to keep calling him Jimmy Beast. You can't eat me here. Mr. Scrabbles. But yeah, okay. Scotty is correct. Carrot in a box. 2 boxes, 2 players. 1 player is allowed to look, and 1 player has to choose whether or not to steal the other person's box. Dr. Martin's best customer. But again, what makes it work so well is, again, its simplicity, right? It's all mind games. It's the, you know, it's the Sicilian bluff, right? And it helps that both people are comedians and absolutely reveling in fucking with each other. At least the example that we're using here. Ooh, it's getting nice and light down there. Ah. Ooh, that's an ankle. Hopefully this is the flamethrower. Nope, it's just some glowing goo. Oh no. Oh no. Please don't eat me, Mr. Bug. Because I'm Mr. Bugside. Anyway, it's one of those things of like I know I'm a big I know I'm a big proponent of sometimes like watching or experiencing bad media, but it was something I kind of became aware of during like the early explosion of like YouTube deconstructions, right? When I was watching a lot of PBS IG channel, I was watching a lot of other shows deconstructing like game design and things like that. And it started to border on this like genius hero worship. And the fact is, there are lots of people who make incredible games who are fucking dinguses. And if you start falling into this trap of like, oh, well, I can't make art because everybody who makes art is so brilliant and smart and clever. No, they're not. Fucking idiots. But, you know, looking to try and explain, looking to try and share an emotion, a feeling, an experience, or just looking into like the different styles of game design and stuff like that is really cool. But you also have to understand that there are people who are wildly successful who are fucking idiots. Fuck. And I might be one of them! How? How am I alive right now? Fuck. My bones! Oh shit. This place just opened up. Anyway, we don't have time to console our poor broken body. We've got to get down. Oh, I will say, this is one of those games that the monster does add a little bit of spice. You could get rid of the monster here and still have a fucking good time. And I think it's really important to experience media, both of people... Oh, fuck. Shit, that's dead. Both media from people who have... Shonky. Who have tried with a genuine sincerity and failed, and also from people who really don't put in that same level of sincerity. To understand that by genuinely trying to make art that matters to you, you are already steps ahead. If you decide today is the start of your YouTube adventure, and I will admit, I've been getting back into editing. Only some practical stuff, but, you know, there is a non-zero chance that I will be annoying you all to watch the first episode of Will Actually, which will feature, and this is my way of basically bribing you all to watch my video, it will feature tiny teenage Will. The momentum in this is not your friend. Yeah, that'll be the channel when it goes live. I am also seriously considering doing a video on one of the games I worked on that never saw the light of day, because I'm kind of at the point now in my career where it's like I'm really fucking proud of what I did on that, and I'm kind of sick of pretending that I'm not. You know what I mean? You are getting real breathy there. Not spidery friend. Well, definitely the impeding millipede. I did turn on Always Run, just because I've been playing a lot of... Jess and I had some really good sessions of Arena... Bones. Some good sessions of Arena last night, and it was real good fun. Jess is playing some today. And I have to be careful when I'm playing a lot of just shooters, so that I don't overstress my hands. It's kind of one of the reasons why I tend to do lots of different styles of games throughout the week. Like, you know, controller one day, FPS the other, that kind of thing. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I guess. All right, we're going over this way. Okay. Yeah. And Aeon, it's... I mean, I know you work on, like, real serious people shit, right? As much as I love them, you know, video games aren't like... Oh, fuck. Ooh. You know, video games aren't essential like some kinds of software, like some things created. You know, the world doesn't need to know about Ion, but in the same breath, you know, I'm really proud of what we achieved on that game. I've still got the footage of it. Like, I mean, fuck it. That game had full, like, air pressure chemical mix live. As in, like, if you wanted a functioning space station, you had to get the oxygen mix just right. Oh, shit, that's gonna hurt. Oh, my nan's bones. I'm hoping this is the next waypoint, because otherwise I'm in trouble. Okay. Shit, this is not the next waypoint. Alright, down we go. Dustin, that's really cool to hear. Oh, this is going to be a fucking bastard. Okay, now we're going to go for that one. Oh, my bones! Introducing, it's another Blight Town, but worse. From the people who brought you, oops, all Blight Town comes Blight Town, but worse. I may need an my bones supercar. Hey, don't let your dreams be memes, my friend. Oh. There's a giant bug. Do 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 do. How's that for a slice of fried gold? My poor, poor broken body. Fuck. Oh no. Well, I got good news and I got bad news. I have extremely broken my legs. The good news is, We can go huff some ashes about it. DJ Coil, I missed Millimpede. Fuck, that's good. An iced Watto and welcome. I'm still trying to work out what the post-launch mechanics are to the Watcher. I may need a primer on them. What's up with the purple flowers? You breathe in the ancient ashes. It coats your throat and lungs. You fight the urge to cough and your eyes water. Oh, this is fucking cool. They warned you this place was filled with illusions. The tricks of the mind, intangible and ruinous. Damn. They claimed all who come here meet the face of regret. But there was no greater folly than to lose your life for a memory. The shape of her manifests before your eyes. Scotty, where do you find those? And yeah, no, this is the good kind of spooky. I told you, I bring you the good shit. And all thoughts of regret or folly are silenced. And that was Idols of Ash. And this was like $2-3. Perfect. Yeah. Nice, clean game. Beautiful premise. It does not outstay its welcome. It does not. Made by humans. The monster puts just enough like pep in your step to stop you from over agonizing your route and your location. And the idea of these, impossible ruins brought together by nightmare mode and sandbox mode. Sandbox mode campaign. Toggle, reduce pixelation. Let's have a little look around in sandbox mode because I want to keep talking about this. Oh, here we go. Okay, so in sandbox mode we get to choose like the normal, like the settings and whatnot, but we can just remove that, and it looks like the centipede could go after your claw and knock it out. You can get up to 10 additional millipedes or centipedes. Sorry, I'm not going to be. But let's. Honestly, I want to turn off the centipede and I want to just go explore. So we can use that while we're having a talk. I've left the rest of everything else on. So. But no, like, this is brilliant. Like, it is aiming to do one thing very specifically, and it does it well. He says, breaking his bones on it. It doesn't outstay its welcome. And again, the price point is incredibly smart. Because at $3 or $2, you can just go, yeah, I'll give this a roll. You know, with some of the other mega structure games, the pitch is a little harder. You know, White Knuckle, I believe, is 15. Don't quote me on that. And God, I think the other one that we played, the parkour one. Damn, how am I forgetting the name of that one? That ending segment that nearly killed me. Damn, it's gonna annoy me. I'm sure you all noticed it as well. The creaking of the rope sounds very similar to the millipede, but not quite. It's kind of cool. But yeah. Okay, friends, will you indulge me a little art rant, which I actually know you all agree with, but something that's been something that's been cheesing my proverbial biscuits. With all the talk of, like, you know, video game adaptations and stuff that we now have renewed Hollywood interest in. I really hate this idea that video game writing is only ever acknowledged in something that is a literary heavy project. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Like, this is a game that has brilliant writing. They are short poems that evoke so much and complement perfectly the rest of this world. You know, who is she? Who are they? But in the same breath, like, it's not a difficult concept to understand. You know, why would someone head to the bottom of this perilous, impossible, monster riddled nightmare? Why would someone do this? For love. And it's not even said whether it's, like, you know, familial love or, you know, romantic or what have you. It is for her. And that's a concept that works really well. You know, it's very Greek myth. Oh yeah, no, Nick, Bark writers get absolutely shafted. It is fucking bullshit. Take that, physics. I'm in charge now. You know, I know we talked about this a couple weeks back when the topic came up, but, you know, it does fuck me off that American writers who work on video games are not eligible to join the Writers Guild of America. But the adaptations of their works are. Like, here's an idea. Fuck off. You gatekeeping dinosaur shitlords. Yeah, no, they are pretentious as fuck. And it irks me, because, like, the bloke who's in charge of, what is it, the Far Cry, the newest Far Cry adaptation, is saying, like, oh, he's not played the games, it's not going to be based on the games. What's it based on then? What's it based on then? What are you making it of? You know, the Halo TV show was absolute dog shit. And one of the things that's so fascinating about games and game writing is that it is not just the person who puts words on the page. It is your narrative teams, you know. One of the things that I always like pointing to is, because it's a nice hyperbole example. Halo 3, sorry, we'll go Halo 2, because I want to say ODST was... No, ODST was after 3. Anyway, my point being, Halo as Mr. the Master Chief and ODST. there are loads of subtle choices made that are predominantly a gameplay point, but hammer home the narrative. So, for example, you are not a superpower armored super Spartan. You are a person. Now, admittedly, you're a loon. The Helldivers, as they are called, are a bunch of drop troopers who voluntarily get shot out of spaceships. You know, that does not sound like a good time. But you are not, you know, an all-powerful, genetically augmented super soldier. And as such, there are lots of things that you cannot do that were main staple features in Halo. Those help to solidify the story, the narrative, the experience. Megaboss, have a lovely rest of your night, alright? In this, there are so many choices, whether intentional or otherwise, that come together to form the story of this, the writing of. You know, the poetry might not hit as well if it was just in isolation, you know? At least in my humble opinion. You know, because you're making these heart-in-your-mouth jumps, right? It means that the poetry is hard fought and comes across far more earned, you know. Everybody loves to talk about, you know, environmental storytelling, but I never hear people discuss how, you know, the lengths to which you go. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's death. Remember me! The lengths at which you go to get those story beats are almost a form of emphasis, right? Oh, cool. So I got to try and do it no millipede, but all the way to the bottom without dying. All right. Let's see if I got the skills of the spelunker. So here's another great one. I'm going to talk about Rainworld. Did you have pearls to clutch? Did you clutch your pearls as I said that? Good. Because Rainworld's pearls are some of the most fascinating bits of like narrative. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how the pearls work in Rainworld, don't worry. I'm probably going to tell you far more than you wanted to know. The pearls in Rainworld are at first just seen as shiny baubles collected by the scavs. But it turns out that they are like, my bones, ancient zip disks. And that a shiny silver pearl is an emptied zip disk, an empty storage unit. Sorry, I saw on TikTok that someone has actually bought the rights to the zip disk logo and is making merch of it. Don't worry about it. Zip disks were high storage floppy disks. You know, as the rest of the world moved on to CDs, zip disks were one of the formats that might have taken over, but they were expensive, reusable, so on and so forth. I was just trying to think Legend of like a physical media type thing. In Rainworld, if you come across a pearl that has a color to it, that's not nothing. That means it has like information on it. Could be, you know, it could be communications between the supercomputers. It could be, in some cases, you know, information about the world that was before. But to get even a single one of those pearls, at least in the beginning, you know, pre-Pearl Cap, you know, cool, additional, like, community resources, you had to find that pearl, and you had to take it all the way up the wall to 5 Pebbles, whose fault it always is. And then 5 Pebbles would translate the pearl for you. Sorry. My apologies. Pebs would tell you some of them. It's Big Sister Moon, who did nothing wrong and is perfect and has no flaws. Moon is the one who will inform you of, like, what these pearls actually mean. My apologies. But if you know Rain World, you know that getting from point A to point B can sometimes be a task that takes you like 5 hours. And yes, you're right, I forgot to say Moon is thick. My apologies. You will have a formal apology on your desk by end of day. But those little snippets into the world behind, because they are so hard fought, they are so much more pronounced. And not just because, you know, difficulty make thing good, but because it really hammers home how long it has been since the world of Rain World has been, you know, a civilization. Parkour. Okay, we'll go over that way. Actually, how do we get over that way? Oh yeah, I remember now. Do some fancy swinging down this way. And the thing is, users will spend a lot more time analyzing things that are sparse and hard fought. But you also have to make a fun game to be able to put that in. You know what I mean? Like, and I do understand we have a lot of friends who are traditional writers who work on games, and in a lot of those instances, they don't actually get to be in the room when really big decisions about, you know, gameplay, narrative, etc. are made. You know? Don't worry, I didn't need those bones. You know, a lot of the times, and Fred has a million stories about this, a quote-unquote writer will be brought in to a game well after, you know, all the mechanics and even the thematics have been locked in. And they have to then weave a narrative with the pieces they've been given. Games writing isn't sitting at a blank board and being like, I am the great alter genius, and you will listen to my tale. It's, all right, you've given me a pirate Lego set, a space Lego set, and a bizarre series of mechanics that bear no resemblance to each other, and you would like me to weave a narrative out of all of this together. Oh yeah, no, that's dead simple. You just get right on that. Right? But that's often how it is. You know? I'll be honest with you, almost every project that I've been involved with did not start with a story. It started with making sure that mechanics were fucking viable. You know what I mean? Oh, I fucked up. Oh, fuck! Nah, that's death. Like a wet conker. And yeah, Nick makes another really good point that tooling for being a writer in games, the tools that you have access to implement that story are usually one of the last things to be put together. It's probably why everybody loves working with like Inkle and like X visual novel studios, because they do think of the writing first. And you know what, Fearless? I don't disagree. I think I'm going to take a wild guess here. We have all suffered from the blank canvas creative problem. Like, with the tools that you have right now, you can create anything, so what do you want to create? Whereas the limitations that you get can often be that creative spark, you know? It kind of goes into that whole thing of like, you know, games are a collaborative storytelling medium, both in how the player and the dev essentially work either together or against each other to create an experience. Or how the creative process presents you with challenges that you have to solve in a narrative sense. And yeah, and now Aeon, the discussion about whether or not something like Rainworld is accessible or inaccessible is a valid point. You know, literature is one of the genres that, sorry, one of the mediums, I should say, that the accessibility of it as a whole is something that I don't think is taken into account as frequently as I would like, but, you know, that's a personal point. And, you know, dyslexic kid here. Hey! Restless Roots, how the fuck are you? Otto and welcome. We are playing Idols of Ash. We have finished it. It was beautiful. And now we're just kind of using the sandbox mode as an excuse to just swing around and talk about games and things like that. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Come on in, come on in. Games are sometimes also the creative director's barely disguised fetish. Yeah. So Nick, I don't know if you've been on the Mind's Eye drama, but boy howdy. I was just laughing about it last week because I think RPS called it the character design. Someone's dad still has a thing for Lara Croft, and that made me laugh something fierce because it was the character design aesthetics of the fucking show Alias. Yeah, Dustin, cleared story mode already. Nah, I don't buy that the Pragmata team was fucking weird. And actually, there was one of the interesting things is, like, you can tell where somebody spends the majority of their time on the internet by their general perception of Pragmata as a game. Over here, we've just been like, yeah, no, it's a cool game. You know, the funniest thing that I've seen is all the memes of, you know, Resident Evil 9 is when mum has the kids for the weekend. Pragmata is when dad has the kids for the weekend. And that did make me laugh. But yeah, the Mind's Eye stuff is very funny. Anyway, so Restless Roots is almost finished with Tactical Breach Wizards. That's way cool. If I get to see Tom at an event, I will pass on your compliments. You got the snake. Oh shit, you got the snake. Little Fire's on an arena breakout kicker today, and the snake is one of the most rare golden. Well, the designation is red, like legendary. But I managed to get the Terminator arm last night, which I was very proud of. But yeah, so Dustin, we finished the story. It was pretty short, I think, because like once I ended up with kind of like a little bit of a fire under my arse, especially with the spider bastard. Well, no, centipede bastard. Sorry. I kind of got into a rhythm climbing down. But it's a short game, and what we were talking about is essentially like games writing being more than just, you know, the person what does all the words sometimes. Alright, Nick. Fight well, be strong. Oh, remember my bones! Oh shit, you got your watch streak and all. It's crazy. But yeah, so that was just my little mini rant. Is I'm annoyed because it still feels like when we talk about, you know, games writing, one, we don't acknowledge the writers who work on games and what they actually do, and then we don't acknowledge, I say, you know, the royal we. It does not feel like the elements that go into a game's writing are acknowledged properly. And I don't know, like, sure, back in the 2000s, when no one was really talking about how games were made and everything had that UE3 grey-brown or brown-brown colour palette, like, sure, fine. But there are whole channels on YouTube, some of which are actually more successful than the games upon which they base their content. Like, I'm not saying this to be a dick, it's just, you know. Oh, okay. That worked significantly better than it had any right to. Yeah, not to be a dick about it, it's just, you know, there are lots of devs I know whose games have not made nearly as much money. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Got cocky there. Who've not made nearly as much money as the individuals who have made video content about those games. That's not a diss or a dismiss. I mean, shit. I didn't make this game. But spending the day talking about it and showing it to you all is how I'm, touch wood, fingers crossed, hopefully going to make rent. And I want to see the homies do well. And I want to see, because, like, here's another great example. I have not seen anyone talk about, especially with, like, you know, very JRPG heavy titles and things like that, how good the writing is. But most JRPGs are nothing but writing. I mean, it's a visual novel with a battle system. Honestly, if it wouldn't be a thing that helps you all as a sleep aid, I would do a stream of OG Front Mission 3, because it is a political thriller giant robot visual novel that just happens to have fights in between. You know? Okay. I am ravenously hungry. So, friends, I'm just going to reheat some leftovers, stuff some rice and egg into my face, and then we can either keep going with the swing and art and bantathon, or we can rotatey potato. If you want to rotatey potato, we could finish off Replaced, the cyberpunk story game from a couple weeks back, or I have a plethora of other, like, short titles. We can get spookier, we can get funnier. We got a choice. And I am going to play you all some nice smooth jams. Smooth jams to Spelunk Forgotten Ruins 2. And friends, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hello, hello, hello. I have my rice climbing. My climbing rice. Actually, I'll leave the BRB needs tea up for just a sec, you know, so the music can kind of mute a little bit of my chomping. You know, I don't think any more game news has popped off while we've been kicking about. No, I haven't seen anything popping around. Huh. Oh, that was if I knew it, I had forgotten it. That the people who made Clover Pit were the same devs that made Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom. Quasi, thank you. Though the wild thing about this one is that when I found this game, it was very obscure, and it has since kind of, at least in terms of our spheres, taken off. Like, currently at over 1,000 positive reviews. Like, which I think is pretty wild. You know, seeing these kinds of games succeed that hard. Let's just get a slightly better viewpoint for our BRB, as my right is extremely hot. Okay, and Quasi, what and welcome. So yeah, this was really good. Initially, it's kind of like a, you know, a descent into the ruins game with really, really good grapple and swing and like physics. You are usually being chased by a great big like centipede-looking Mother Hubbard, but as we cleared the main story, we're just kind of free climbing. There we go. This is a good spot to have our lunch. So yeah, we're also having a little Hawks, the eternal question. Is it super early breakfast time? I often find that when I finally go, okay, sleep isn't happening, I'm getting up now, that's the point where my body be like, hey, a nap sounds really good right now. Okay, I guess I should turn the BRB needs tea off now if I'm actually going to be climbing in between mouthfuls of leftovers. There we go. But yeah, so to those of you who just joined us, prior to leftover acquisition, I was kind of on a Will mini rant about. I really get cheesed when game writing is just considered to be like heavy text-based games, and it's not the parts of the narrative that come together, even when it's not, you know, a cavalcade of walls of text. Just because a game has lots of words in it does not mean it has good writing. And a lot of great story construction doesn't present itself in a writer clearly did this sort of way. So much like a lot of other disciplines in games, I think games writers get disregarded. Because the writing in this game is perfect. If you didn't see it earlier, there are varying kind of like checkpoints. And at those checkpoints, you can get little poems. And they're beautiful. They speak of what was in this like lost and ruined temple. They also speak of, you know, who you were or may have been before this. Oh, my bones. And, you know, the thing I was talking about, and I was getting a little bit off topic before going and get me food, but, you know, back in the 2010s or in the 2000s when we didn't really talk a lot, you know, openly about what it went into making a quote-unquote game, I could forgive people for kind of being like, oh, what is game writing? But, like, these days, we have huge YouTube outlets and media operations that their whole deal is, like, deconstruction of game narrative. Ooh, a little side room I didn't find the first time. God damn it, Verdant. Verdant says, so wait, so this is an an incremental game? How long have you been saving that one? And how are you doing, friend? Not to put the pressure on, by the way, but Dustin has managed to catch you up in the quest for first. In such a state as tomorrow will be the decider. Oh yes, and the other thing I want to talk to you about, what are we doing after this? The Akuaz. We have plenty of choices. Jess spent some time yesterday with an FPS roguelike that looks very, very cool and is on my wish list. Which will be very cool to share with you all. It is Voltage High Society, which was described as very me-coded, and I'm like, you know, I think I get it. It looks a little bit Let It Die, a little bit, you know, low poly brawler. So this is where we could take things. Again, we could also go back to replaced, but so far no one's been like, hell yeah, I desperately need to see what the ending of Replaced is. Kari, what did you do to the deer? Phyllis, what did you send? Okay. Looks like we're hitting voltage high society. Because Jess already had a copy. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Weird Indie Wednesday is a double header. Let's keep snacking. Climbing down this pit. And then, yeah. And that is the one thing I will say, Jess, is like, you've never steered me wrong with a recommendation. You should have said the name of the game is Train Simulator Complete Edition. You know, for all the people who take shit for quote-unquote shitey business practices, with the Train Sim team, they delist the previous game whenever they do their yearly incrementals. And each year, they put out hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of DLC. You can't even buy the incredible zombie survival Train Sim DLC anymore. Where a zombie outbreak has hit London, and you have to get the last group of survivors out the city to Edinburgh. Like, that's fucking cool. Yeah. Oh, fuck sticks. Nothing's another run. DJ Coil, it's basically, you know, if the Winchester was a train. Fine, Akari. Because train people aren't game people. And train people apparently will buy, you know, the same famous trains for their yearly variant of their train simulator. It probably won't last.
Falling that far really feels like it's still impeding your progress.
Bravo, puns. Bravo. Thank you. It's actually one of the things that Sniper Elite used to get away with was selling historical sniper rifles as DLC and killing Hitler. But the audience has become increasingly hostile to the amount of sniper rifles that you have to buy as DLC. I'm still annoyed that in a lot of the Sniper Elite games, I can't just have a Mosin from the jump. Desert Bus Sim zombie mode. That could be very good. I will admit, DJ Coil, that thanks to TikTok, the amount of times I've seen people with like home train sets and been like, I could do that. I could do that. Or you trip and end up in Warhammer. Thankfully, I've been inoculated. And it does always make me laugh when I see those memes of like, you know, people talking about Gundam model kits and stuff and being like, you know, a man could go broke doing this. And I'm like, oh, I gazed into the face of a Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine army. I have seen true desolation. And Quasi, you do make a good point. The Games Workshop model was originally modeled on how people buy model trains. I.e., it's all about going into the store, having a friendly conversation, and then leaving with like 4 times as much stuff as you planned on buying. You know, Games Workshop basically going for the, like, you know, the local board game store model. It's fucking smart. It's what kept them going through, like, the 2008 recession stuff. It's also, and I don't know if this is a thing in the US, but in the UK, there's these things that are often referred to as free daycare, where parents who are doing their shopping on the high street will just leave their kids in certain stores. It does unfortunately tend to be a lot of video game stores, so if you've ever worked games retail, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, my bones! Character just gave me an exasperated sigh there. If you've ever worked games retail, you know what I mean. You know, the parents are about to go hit the department stores and fucking Waitrose and some shit. Middle class wankers. And so they just leave little Timmy in fucking Game or Game Station to go fuck about on the POS machine. Well, Workshop has a lot of stuff that kind of plays into that, but what tends to happen with Games Workshop is that little Timmy has been hanging around with Dave. Dave runs the Games Workshop, and Dave's cool. Man, have you got beef with Dave? And to Mr. Aaron X, what turn, welcome. But yeah, Dave's cool until he becomes stabby. He's gone through some shit. But no, like, the kids then get to sit and play 40k or like something, and by the time, you know, Sheila and Darren come back to pick up little Tim Tim, little Tim Tim is now fucking obsessed with, I don't know, the Black Templars special edition box set or something. So they end up leaving with like anywhere from like $50 to $200 worth of minis. Davey, is that a DayZ prequel? Interestingly, that all the Daves were also DayZ fans, so that all comes together very nicely. And how smooth was that move? Get good at this. Now watch me biff up all that skill and then plummet to my death. Oh yeah. Well, and Scotty, kind of going back to one of the earlier topics of like, games preservation and stuff, no one thought that we would actually want to preserve a fucking POS unit. POS meaning both point of sale and piece of shit. Okay, so to Mr. Aaron X, so we already played through this. This is Idols of Ash. It is very, very good. I would say that it is a spooky but not horrifying, unless you have a really big fear of centipedes. Climbing game about exploring like a lost, like ancient ruin. It was beautiful, and it was about, I'd say it took us like, what, 2 hours? Hour and a half to get through? We're going to be moving to Voltage High Society, another exceptional weird indie game that actually Jess found. But I'm finishing my my leftovers for lunch. Also, just don't worry about the bone crunching sounds. Those are supposed to be like that. It's not me completely biffing my jumps. Actually, have I led us into a terrible place? Oh god. We're in Bromley. Booyah. And I think, sorry, Akari, I do think that's interesting. Like, I do wonder if you could combine something like this with a procedural system and like a darkest dungeon. Like, you need supplies to get down and back up again. But also your goal is to find, idols, artifacts, etc. And they could feck with your climb as you head back up. Like, this game's got some pretty heavy themes around... I shouldn't say heavy themes. It's got some pretty interesting themes around, regret and perception. And some beautiful poems on love. Essentially, yeah, a dark reverse peak. Like, if it wasn't for the comedy elements, people would call Peak an incredibly punishing game. I don't know if you noticed, but like both Cloud and I want to say Justant, but both of the very French climbing games, one with the cute creature and one with the procedural animation, that both of them are a lot more lenient than Peak. I didn't know Death Stranding 2 had Tower DLC already. Sorry, I'm being an arse. Acronyms are the bane of my life because I deal with so many of them. DS, like Dark Souls, Death Stranding, Nintendo DS. Oh, yeah, AC is the one that always drives me up the wall. Have you seen the new AC game? Oh, the new AC game? Which one? So DJ Coyle says, out of curiosity, I looked up model train scales. The most popular is HO, which is 1 to 87 scale, a little larger than master grade. The smallest scale is 148. Yeah, which is about the same scale as, the entry grade, as the standard 144. Huh. So the Gundam sizes are somewhat comparable. It's kind of cool. Aww. Yeah, you don't have to say nice things to me. You lot are already lovely. In fact, it's always unsettling. It is also worth noting that we have finished this already, so we're now currently just in the sandbox mode. It's just a nice little point to have like a, you know, a chat and a discuss before we move on to Voltage High Society. Verdant, you have no power here. You do not have to say nice things. But yeah, as a mega structure game about climbing downwards, this is really fucking good. I'm just gonna hit on this one. And there's also the idea of these embers that we're finding. They are people who may have attempted this climb before us, which I find kind of fascinating. But yeah, on the subject of like games preservation stuff, it still warms my little heart that someone thought to preserve all of those like faux, I shouldn't say faux E3, those old like E3 programs and things like that. The, you know, the kind of talks they were doing back in the 90s. Like, yo, if you think we have suddenly been inundated with corpo dickheads, sadly the corpo dickheads got the scent of our blood many years prior. It is extremely funny to see all the, like, how to make your game more like Doom, how to be a success story like Doom. The people behind Doom tell you how to make your next Doom game. The irony, of course, being is that the introduction of the FPS definitely did a lot towards the commercial viability of video games in the long term. Oh, fuck. Fuck. God darn it. Simple chaos. Is that really what you're going to use your Jarl's Decree for? I thought you already said pet tax. Ba-ba. Oh, it's also worth noting that in sandbox mode, you kind of just have to do it in one run. As opposed to what I've... if you are playing this through properly, the checkpoints are also these beautiful little poems. Which became... The further down you get, the more impact and weight they have. You know what? Hang on. Back to main menu. I'm just going to show you a little bit more of it before we hop on over to Voltage. Just for those of you who haven't seen it, I just want to show you one beautiful effect that you use incredibly well. And again, this is a Tiny little project. This is like $2-3 on Steam. And I genuinely recommend. Aha. And Verdant, the people saying nice things has not taken off, so ha 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 ha. Okay. God darn it. Okay. But what I wanted to show was that when you reach the checkpoints, these breathing in of the ashes, you can see what came before. People, civilizations, crops, etc. And this beautiful blue this beautiful green becomes more pronounced as you head down. Except for, now thanks to Verdant, I gotta do squats. Yes. Hope you're proud of yourself.
Oh, my legs hurt.
Sunspot. This is 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And another 10. Fuck you guys. 15? Why? What have I done? I'm gonna put some. I don't want to hear the. I don't want you all to hear the noises I'm gonna be making. Okay. Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Oh, you're all terrors. You're all terrors. Okay. I need some water. Friends, I will be back with all of your lovely selves in just a second. Let me leave you with this beautiful view. And then we're going to rotate potato to Voltage High Society. But, thank you for everything you lot have thrown in. Fuck you for all the squats. I'll see you in a second.
I have returned. Hello, friends. Okay. Anyway. So, friends, this was Idols of Ash. If you've watched the whole of it, I still recommend playing it, just because it's more than the sum of its parts. But if not, like, you know, recommend this to your friendos. It's actually done pretty well. Again, this isn't a game that needs our help, but, you know, it's a smart, small, fun premise that really works. And I think that's worth our discussion and our time. So yeah, I'm just installing Voltage High Society now. Of which we will be the #1 Voltage High Society stream on twitch.tv. And, so Vershi, it'll be a little while, but we might be getting to the point, at least in a few months, where I'll be needing to up it. Now, on the subject of burpees, because burpees have been brought up, I live in a flat, an apartment, to those of you in the United States. So that means that I do have neighbors beneath me, and burpees, to my understanding, is like you go down, you kind of do like a legs out squat push-up thing, and then you leap up, and then you do it again. Yeah. Now burpees are brutal, but that is not something that I can be doing in my current environment. I will say, however, I am very poor. So, in the event, oh, and Vershi, yeah, I have been told burpees are also very, very bad. They're not good for you. However, much like with J-Post's, you know, Roman outfit Gundam combo, which will be coming this Saturday, I am prepared to do a lot to keep this whole thing going. I do like how you can spot in conversation everyone who has done repeated burpees, because no one has a neutral opinion of burpees. No one says, man, burpees, whatever. Simple Chaos said, burpees is a joke, to be clear, they are washing their hands of responsibility. Yeah. And yeah, like, it's virtually, it's something I hadn't really considered, that it's very jerky, like, quick snap exercise, which could result in you hurting yourself. Unfortunately, The Simpsons, of all things, comes back. Hyperextend. Jerk that lower back. Yeah. And Kakazi, like, there's never going to be a world in which I can offer push-ups as any kind of reward. Because, you know, I'm pretty happy with my legs, but they can definitely use more work. But, nah. Like, I can barely do, like, 3 or 4 push-ups. Okay. So let's pause the tunes, and let's see what Voltage High Society has to bring to us. The option for oh, is it very loud? I think it might be very loud. finally found a game that's not too quiet. They have the option for black and white mode, which is kind of cool. Hey, Edwin, I actually think there's something lovely about when folks are like, oh shit, I saw this game and I thought of you. I only get grumpy when someone goes, why did no one mention this game? And it's like Project Silverfish or something. Like, if you'd hung out with me for 5 minutes, you'd already know about this game. And virtually, like, honestly, that's the long and short of it. Like, time and money. But, you know, we've made it this far with Squattage. Who knows what else could be added in the future. Though I'm absolutely going to need to put my legs in the bath later, because I was feeling it from yesterday, this morning. If you saw the... Definitely been wandering around the apartment. Okay, sorry. So there's the link to Voltage High Society on Steam. It reminds me, Will, have you heard of this little indie game called Hollow Knight? So far, no one's been that bad. And bless you. Yeah, it's like, oh hey, Will, have you heard of this game called Jet Set Radio? They made a sequel to it called Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. No, really? Please do tell. It's actually kind of the reason why I don't watch too much YouTubian nonsense, is because a lot of it does end up being people being wrong loudly. Okay, let's see what this ends up being. Okay, so I've got left fist, right fist, jump. Oh, Jabaloid lock. Okay, you know this game called the Blackout Club? Ah. It's teaching us to punch left and right based on whatever, excuse me, whatever our opponent is blocking. Ah. This reminds me of a nice janky Deus Ex. Also, who's this guy? I mean, you know what I will say, Simple Chaos? If Hollow Knight's so good, why is there no Hollow Knight 2? Checkmate, Reddit. Agitators will be shot on sight. With a cannon. I'm also a huge sucker for this whole, like, early play tutorial section while it names people in the credits. Oh. I don't want to go. Please, just go away. I'm not sure if it says fresh prisoner or flesh prisoner. First thing, I'm gonna find a way to break these shackles. Bastards welded them shut. I got 3 voices, and that's it. One of these creatures, right? Seems pretty chill. The sofa surfers. Hey, look, fresh meat over here. Come on, take a load of fresh meat. Toasty and not just shampoo the couch. Oh, I'm couch. Yeah, give you 5 minutes to stay out there. Might as well kick back. I quit it, Toasty. I think he can handle himself out there. Yeah, I can get at this. Will, beside this game called Red Princess, which I at one point did read as the we'll do this tutorial real quick, as the surprisingly brilliant but also terrible Fat Princess. I'm not being obtuse. The game was called Fat Princess, and thematically, it was fucking weird. Mechanically, it was brilliant. So it was a capture the flag game where your goal is to capture the other team's princess while protecting your own. But alongside protecting it, i.e. as in like someone being at the base and defending it, you feed the princess cake. So the more resources that you get, the bigger the princess gets, the heavier she is, making her harder to capture. So it added an extra layer to the standard, like, capture the flag mentality. Keep moving. This is a landing area. You're not supposed to stay in this sector. Keep moving to sector 2. Living quarters are there. Then you'll be instructed. Food, medicine, beds. You can file a complaint, earn a request to Sarah after you've shown improvement. Now just keep moving. Now obviously I'm not cool with Fat Princess because, you know, it's kind of... the joke of it is just a fat joke, which is not cool. And that's one of those annoying things of when a game hits upon some really great mechanics, but the thematics let it down. Okay. Light on, light off, map up. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, look who's finding secrets already. Witness me, Uncle Death. Witness me. Okay, you know what's really cool with this one? So, it's first-person melee combat, right? You've got left and right punches. What's feckin' cool about this? To stop you from just wailing on your opponents, if you punch a shield, you hurt your hand. Fist pump not yet unlocked.
Welcome. I am Warden Green, and you are now standing inside the former city of Nemo Ultra, in the infamous quarantine zone at Point Nemo. This is the Purgatory. And here you are not trained, and you are not counseled. You are not reprogrammed to the system. We do not play like that. Then here, you either die or transcend. Now, I believe in organic learning, so we are very light on rules. You listen and learn from the fellow inmates. Our task is only to watch and gently push you into the right direction.
Oh, this is so pleasant.
Stories of the metal plague and this island. Yes, it's all very much real. And your initiation rite is in reaching the campgrounds. Most of the streets are open for movement, but that also includes whatever waits for you in the shadows. All of you out there can work together or do as you individually please. I trust that our unique environment will separate the grain from the chaff. But that's enough from me. Good luck on your journey out there. And until we meet again.
Damn. This feels like the gnarliest 90s early 3D game I never got to play. And Gideon, what a welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I was lost in tales of games of yore. welcome yard. That appears to be a wall that's spitting forth blood. Run out, lads! He's after our wing! Okay, so the magpies are kind of like going according to plan. I'm getting mocked by magpies. So why are the skeletons on fire? Okay, so we learned a lot and also nothing. We're back to the strong bad couch. Other strong bad couch. Okay, and we're back. Okay. So we do keep the pieces and the bolts and the things that we find. Also, can we please talk about how it just warms my little heart that we just have access to, like, coloured volumetric lighting just as standard now? Okay, so we've got a copper ring. Assume that's good. Yeah, take that, non-functioning skeletons. Oh, here we go. Left hand, right hand. Wow. So before I got myself violently beaten to death by a bunch of flaming skeletons, I was supposed to come down here. Oh, no, he's got the copper ring. He's with the police! Run! There was a part of me that thought maybe today's not going to be a day of terrible, terrible, terrible jokes. I think perhaps delusion is what gets me through these days. Alright, so last time we went this way and I got dissed and dismissed by magpies. That's where we were before. That's the video screen. Okay. So we'll head down here first and fight whoever wants to battle us in the welcome yard. Does a crab include all crustaceans or just So he got hit hard enough that he swapped shield sides. Yeah. Punch to collect temporary weapons. Manhunt, is that you? Hammer and bottle combo here. Yeah, Akari, am I hallucinating, or did we find out the other day that Manhunt is still banned in Australia? I'm just trying to remember if I hallucin-smelled that or Welcome to Liz the Lizard. It's time to do some shopping. We can buy a defensive drill hump, fiery footwork, feral fist pumps. Feral fist pumps is my beat poetry name. And it's a fucking... It's either a photo or it's a stock photo of a lizard. Come around here. If anyone comes around here telling me like, oh, we have to have generative AI. We have to have the slop images. We can't have... No. No, that is a... Showdown, is that you? Showdown is not looking... Okay. Showdown's not looking so healthy. Yeah, Verdant, but that is just because, like, if Australia also allowed for the hunting of people, emus would have too much of an advantage. Like, it was already a one-sided fight. If man turns upon man, what hope left have we against the emus the emus that do? And Virals, what unwelcome. So Virals, I don't know if I told you, but the current plan is that this Saturday will be the return to rock, paper, scissors. And Baron von Sheepington III, what and welcome. Hello, hello. Wait, no, I've got myself spun round. So this is Voltage High Society. This is, I don't know, it's a little bit Let It Die, it's a little bit Condemned, it's a little bit like Hyper Escape from New York. It's a fist punch crime 'em up. Oh, never gonna represent myself in court ever again. Oh, tough luck. Gate to the campsite's not working. Need some spare parts. There's a large gate in the landing zone. I'll bypass the code. Get at a big red button, you understand? Need 2 components. There's one in Old Town, and the other, no idea. Off you go. Brilliant. Check the map. It says to open the gate. Okay. I think I remember where we're going back to. Back here. Fucking drones, man.
Manhunt series is banned, yet they allowed 50 Cent, Bulletproof after censorship. The Afuli had nothing to do with this.
Okay, Anakari, seriously. Fucking seriously, thank you for all the bits, alright? What is their opinion on 50 Cent Blood in the Sand? That's what we need to know about. Ew. Fred was asking how to get to Subway Street, right? Was it Sesame Street? I can't remember. Ah, okay. Getting all the shortcuts opened up. But yeah, so Baron, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're doing good. I hope that wasn't your car. If you said Blood in the Sand is okay. Huh, fascinating.
Can you tell me how to get to Subway Street?
Eat fresh. It's the only advice I can give you. Oh shit. Thank you as well, mate. I don't know if I mentioned, I haven't had the chance to watch it yet, but again, like, thank you for giving me the resources for new Chainsaw Man. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Ages back, you gave me $20 to pick up the Chainsaw Man movie. And if it wasn't you, then I have gotten all my fucking nonsense mixed up.
Well, did Will find a post-apocalyptic version of Soho, or is this the results of him snapping of and not being able to find it?
I think this is the aftermath of Will tried to find Soho and it went horribly wrong. And seriously, Bacon, like, thank you for the bit and all. I am extremely grateful. Oh, Soto. Let's say Soto's not that bad. It's pretty bad. Okay, so use to look for rings. Fire, you bastards! Darn it! The magpie stole all the rings and I can't get through. Been laughed at by magpies. That's my whole day. But yeah, so again, to those of you who just joined us, so earlier on today we were playing Idols of Ash, which was really fucking good. Essentially a first-person climb 'em up. You descend into ancient ruins with just your gumption and your grapple hook. It was really fucking good. There's not really anything else to add. So I'll have a look up by the magpies again, just in case I missed something. Which I did. Sorry, we spent so long playing. Aha! Alright. We spent so long just playing a climbing game that immediately I'm like, how do I break this? Where's my physics? Okay. Alright, magpies. Don't worry. I'll get you yet. Full damage? No full damage. Okay. Yeah, I think you're gonna play me twice. Bloody birds. Woohoo! Ooh, got a bolt rig. Hand punch +1. Yo. Well, that was uncomfortable. Yeah, so again, to those of you who joined us, this is kind of punch hard escape from New York. Nurse. Jess spent some time with this yesterday and I didn't get to see it, so I'm kind of glad of the opportunity to get to dive in myself, you know. Ow. Whose couch is this? Hey, fresh meat, it's good to see you. How the hell are you still alive, man? I guess I was wrong about you. You wanna chill? I think you've earned your spot on the as a sulfur surfer. What the hell, Tree? No offense, man, you guy, but it took me a month to earn my spot. Ah, you could be a sulfur surfer. Seems the council has spoken. Welcome, fresh meat. Yeah. I'm in the What the fuck is that? What the bullshit was that? Whose crabby friend is that? Haha! Eat shit, Prime Claw! I'm in with the strong bads. Oh, so the door did open, but it was blocked. Terrors. Yeah, golden crab Mr. X over there. I might have broken the game a little. There we go. Okay. Punch through some plywood. We've not found whatever the magical MacGuffin is. But we've made best friends with a sofa. I count that as a win. You know what it is? I was trying to think about like why I was making the immediate comparison to Let It Die. And I think it's just another case, not just the aesthetic being kind of like impossible urban nightmare, but it's more the fact of like, this is just happy to be. You know, if Uncle Death or an equivalent character popped up, you know, like our sofa surfing squad, this kind of makes sense, you know. I don't know. I think we really are at the stage of the worst thing your game can be is boring these days. And I don't think that's mean to say. Even if I am stuck. Like, this style of post-Cruelty Squad weirdness is fucking great. I think the worst thing a game could be is about NFTs. Molyneux says what? Molyneux says what? Okay, so Viral said the worst thing a game can be is AI generated. Very true, but the fucking verse you with, nah, worst thing a game can be is wasps. That sounds like a job for Dr. Bees! What's this? A video game about wasps woefully underpopulated by bees? My briefcase full of bees will put a stop to this. And I guess, like, this game's got a lot of that, like, am I in the right place? Have I broken the game? Or am I exploring? Oh, no fall damage. I think the thematics as well of this being, like, an Escape from New York style, like, zone work really good. Because are we clever and smart for working all this shit out? Or are we just doing everything that this fucking, you know, shitey cop program has put before us? I think it's really hard in games to give players a sense of, you know, being a cog in the machine, because the world is literally built around them, right? We have a lot more games nowadays that can do that, but like, I don't know if you'll remember how it was back during the 90s, but like, every video game was telling you how brilliant and special and, you know, wonderful you are. Now we have games that do not care. Hell, we have games where the point of it is that the game does not care. Hey, you ever wonder why we're here? Oh, it's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Maybe there's some great design with a plan for us and stuff. What? I mean, why are we here on the roof? How did Couch get up here? I'm here to support my friends. You're the only one of us who's going to heaven, Couch. My brethren in video games, was that a red versus blue reference in this? The 29th of the 4th, 2026. Hello, Red versus Blue called. They want their very first joke back. Oh, Red versus Blue. Another one of those, like, I'll never give the younger generation shit for the stuff they watch. Some of those early Red versus Blue jokes. They call it a pooba. Hey Griff, the chupacabra thingy. Yeah. They got canonized. You have enough scraps to buy your first combat skill.
Nemo Ultra. This city was once a thriving metropolis. Now, it is but a graveyard. But in this graveyard, the dead do not always stay still. In the first month of the Metal Plague, contaminated were burned in mass graves to prevent further spread. This gave birth to a new danger. Delirious bones. Animated by a system of sentient wires and cables, they march the streets, waving knives and axes, gleefully proclaiming their message. Free the bone. Now they are a common sight in the desolate ruins of the city. A young male prisoner is searching for food in the porch of a former supermarket, not aware of the hollow gaze following his each step. Escape is futile. With its pneumatic system, the skeleton can strip its victim of flesh in mere seconds. The prisoner has been reborn. Now, he too joins the same hypnotic march across the shadowy streets of Nemo Ultra.
I don't think that I'm allowed to shout "Free the Bone" on Twitch.tv. I think that if I were to go into great detail about any delirious bones, I would get heavily demonetized and sent to super jail. Cars, yeah, like how I can't say cranky it anymore. I also absolutely cannot be cranking it on Twitch.tv. Set a little fire off. Ooh, did you try doing refried potatoes?
Yeah, the vegetables were decent.
Okay. Potatoes for lunch. Dinner? Dinner lunch? Dinner? Akari, don't make me get the hose. Akari's like, don't worry, you only have to crank it 3 more times on blueprints. Also, spoilers, maybe I have to crank it several more times. Wait, no, hang on. I see what you've done there. Okay. It's Liz the Lizard. Okay, so we can buy fiery footwork, or we can save up for a feral fist pump. I think we should... Dash is fine, but I want to punch things harder. Ooh, although we can do the discombobulate move from the Sherlock Holmes movie. Viral said while playing Resident Evil 9, it's not really a Resident Evil game until I can crank it. Yeah, I honestly think that Umbrella Corp must be financially invested in the crank industry. Because, I mean, I'd have to ask somebody who works, you know, more with their hands, but I haven't had to quote-unquote crank it professionally in a very long time. But apparently at Umbrella Corp, you know, it's not a day unless you're going to crank something. We haven't found either of the MacGuffins that we're supposed to be finding to get us into the new area. But God, the amount of the simple art style allowing them to go hard on all these like visual effects really makes this game fucking pop.
This is Parker from Checkpoint B7. Losing the damn voice filter. I need help, please.
Okay, that's pretty funny. My voice mod's broken and the prisoners keep laughing at me. Please advise. I will say though, because I was thinking about it earlier this morning, and the actual thing I was reading isn't really of much consequence. It was a thing of like, you know, modders have come up with a new ending to Cyberpunk, to which I was kind of like, wow, is that news? I don't think that's news, but okay. But it did remind me that, one, if you haven't had the chance to play the DLC for Cyberpunk, it's very good. Oh, that's not a bad word. I highly recommend it. Oh, pipe. But the DLC is loosely based on Escape from New York. Like, your character is... Oh, that is such a trap. I'm gonna proc it, don't worry, but that's such a trap. Like, your character is stuck in Dogtown, which is essentially like a cordoned off, you know, quote-unquote lawless zone in Night City. The reasons and the who's and the hows and the whys, you can find that out playing. But it starts pretty strongly in terms of its, like, premise of, you know, Escape from New York style, but it eventually becomes more of a traditional setup. That's fine, no complaints. But, it got me thinking of, like, an Escape from New York roguelike would be fucking good. Right? You know, you make a city, you pick a criminal, run around, get into fights, eventually die, but what do you find out so that your next... I don't like how that... What's up, Couch? Yeah, fresh meat. You just got here in time. I see you finally found the signal. Guys, this feels weird. You just keep staring at my face. Granted, it's only the transitional public access show with some guy and his goat is sitting in the middle of a field. I like goats. Better than when we had to watch Sampy Turbo fuck jazz musics for like a week. Yeah, but you lost so many rep points from going to the wrong bodega that they never let you live it down. Do not try to find us, as we cannot be saved. Just please get out, save yourself, and tell the world. Oh, spooky little hole. Better dive right into it. This was not a smart idea that I just did. But no, I just think there's a lot of classic premises that actually haven't been adapted for video games. Because here's one that struck me. How many of you remember the Consortium, the time loop immersive sim style game where you like possess a secret agent that was originally gonna... Fuck you, Robo Spider. I'm gonna see if it's looping or if that was just an ambush. They never finished the Consortium sequel. Apparently, after their VR version didn't make all money, they were going to do the Consortium 1. Ooh, a glow ring. Flashlight, extra bright. Flashlight, extra bright. But the Consortium Remastered never really materialized. Okay. Guess that's it for down here. That could have been much worse. Yeah. Well, and Akari, that was what they were pitching, right? The Consortium sequel was called Consortium the Tower, and it was Die Hard, Sci-Fi Edition. You are dropped in at the top of a huge tower, and you have to fight your way down, or sneak your way down, or bullshit your way down. But, like, however you choose to do it is yours, right? So like it, as a premise, it really lent itself well. You good? Leave me alone. This is my safe spot. Oh fuck. He says falling into an unsafe spot.
A vast biomechanical ecosystem, drifting in the currents of its everyday chaos. In this urban meadow, under the full moon, armies of metallic ghouls gather. This is their mating season. This particular mutation has developed a unique trait among its kind. A relentless sexual urge towards steel.
Nope.
and
Nope.
electricity. Surprisingly, their needs,
Nature was a mistake.
highly imaginative and violent manifestations. Calm individuals,
I've got ninja stars.
beautiful creatures have earned a fitting nickname from the scientific community,
And Fred, what a welcome.
the metal fetish.
Okay, Fred, the Die Hard brawler was actually brilliant, but I still love talking about how it was never supposed to be Die Hard. Like it was, I forget what it was supposed to be. My brain's been goo today, but here infect up creatures in the neon sickness. Fred said, actually it was originally supposed to be called Live Softly, but they fucked up something in the translation or the localization. Anyway, Fred, how you doing? We played a really interesting game earlier on, and we're actually talking about narrative in games a whole bunch today. I mentioned you and was talking about how, like, a lot of the time... Ow, 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 ow! A lot of the time, writers aren't brought in at a sensible point in production. I think we have to go down through this bit. Just don't get shot in the face. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, and just to bring you up to speed, Fred, like, the overall conversation was just that, like, one, I think it's bullshit that the Writers Guild of America doesn't recognize game writers as writers, but they will recognize writers who adapt video games. Like, make that make sense. But the other thing being is, like, great writing in games isn't often just the sheer amount of written dialogue, it's everything. Tossed puns are my jam! No, just no. You better believe it! Please let this end. Was that the point when you thought this was a Will game? Well... Alright, got a throwing star to handle these flying bastards wherever they are. Yeah, well, and Fredo, we're talking about stuff like stuff you and I have talked about a million times. You know, how a lot of the time you don't get writers aren't brought in until well after the mechanics have been put together. Ah! I nearly got him. Okay. Thanks, Couch. It's time for revenge. Oh, God. Okay, Crabman just punched through my entire everything. Wave after wave of my own fists. Okay, that's 2 prime crabs down. Like stomach strength and an infinite pass to a shellfish buffet. I brutalized that crab. Okay. But yeah. That was kind of the long and short of it, Fred. We played this game earlier, which unfortunately would wreak havoc with vertigo or any motion sickness. It was like a game where you delve into dark, ancient ruins, straight down, with nothing but a grappling hook and a sense of adventure. And it was beautiful, and it was fucking weird, and it was cool. And one of the things that really hit me was just how good the quote-unquote writing was, right? Because writing ain't just... Oh, I get it, we're going to parkour across the roofs. You know, as you well know, writing ain't just barks and story descriptors. Oh, no, okay, this was the opening. Right, again. And whilst that game didn't have shitloads of dialogue in it, all of the checkpoints had these beautiful poems that said so much with so little. Fred says, good writing involves a mug of the narrative team's tears. Let them weep. Yeah, and don't ask anything about weird Timu Showdown. I don't know. I need a way to be able to get rid of these fucking orb wankers. They're everywhere. You suck. This really does feel very Let It Die. I'm just gonna parkour over this shit as these orb bastards shred me. Oh, welcome to Taser Hull, a sci-fi future reimagining of Hull. Taser is a powerful tool that depletes your energy. Find one in your inventory. You can equip it on the time. Attacking with a taser will go through basic enemy defense. With a taser, you can reanimate structures like elevators, turrets, and certain gateways. Okay. So I can go... What's up, buddy? Huh. A little bit bad for tasing the shit out of that guy. What you gonna do? But yeah, so Fred, that was kind of like the long and short today. And it's not like anybody else brought it up. It was just me having kind of like a will rant. I get, like a lot of people, I get real frustrated when quote-unquote game writing is just boiled down to essentially two things. Yeah, I don't know if they could ever create like a... Oh.
The computer in the cafeteria is not working. Can you send the guy? I tried to access email and the damn thing grew wings. Now it's nesting in the ceiling and shooting plasma at anyone trying to have lunch. Please send someone. Cheers.
Oh, and just very, very quickly, this is Voltage High Society. Feckin' hell, this is brilliant. Again, like, Phyllis, you did not have to send a copy of this, mate, but fucking thank you. And Jess, thank you for finding this. This is fucking good. Like, I will say, I don't know how much more I have in the tank today. Alright, we're on the back side of where the magpies are, so I'm able to get in the ring. But I want to keep going for as long as I can, friends. I also know that, especially with something like this, which is very visceral, very frenetic. Frenetic? That's what happens when you have too much frenet. Very frantic. It's not always the most fun of things to watch. But I do want to go at that magpie's nest. Get up there to the magpie nest and then zoom around. Okay. Just gotta remember how I got there. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So actually, Fred, I'm still on my cooking spree at the moment. I'm really kind of proud. Okay. I've been trying to turn my my stir fries into something more interesting. And I did succeed in getting the meat perfect yesterday, but it needed more flavor. Woohoo! And the copper ring. And that can but not hurt now. Can't punch. Oh fucks, but too scared anyway. Good job though. Fucks can't climb. Tried to flip them off, but hand hurt. Cried. But fuck them ground cucks. Don't punch metallic robot skeletons unless you are trained in punching robo-metallic skeletons. This has been a Will Overguard PSA. So the next thing I'm trying to make for myself and Jess is do like a homemade yakitori skewers, but I want to do them on the griddle rather than over like coals, because I think I can make them super fucking tasty. Ooh, should we go for the Kung Fu Slap Hadouken or the Feral Fist Pump? Does anyone have an opinion on that one? Okay, then I'm going for the Kamehameha. But I need energy now. Find one of those charging batteries. Actually, I really need to find one of those charging batteries, because there were quite a few places where I could use the taser to like jumpstart something. But I mistakenly used it all in tasing the wrong guys. See, that's the electric box. Amount of power. Areas discovered 11 of 31. I'm not where I need to be. Ow, 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 ow. Sap my feeties. Okay. God, it's like this game was made for like sicko QA people. Just the amount of stuff you can do, just where you feel like you're breaking the engine, but actually you're doing exactly as intended. So we went through there, that's where we got the better light. Because I was like, that's gonna be a trap! And actually it wasn't, which is maybe not disappointing, but certainly here, across here. No full damage. Okay. Yeah, so that's the spider hole. Where the couch is at? What's up, lads? So that's the couch area. Did we hop down this route? I think we did. Does feel that every time I feel I'm about to break the game, game's like, nah, I knew you'd do that. I knew you'd jump there. Fred says, also, I will story for food. Yup. Okay, but sorry, jumping back to that previous point, look, I know why, you know, operations like the Writers Guild of America look down on video game writing, and that's because it's really hard to understand unless you really know the media. Okay, that was fresh prisoner, guys. So, oh, is there a battery down here? Nope. This is where things got weird. We gotta go in the water. Please don't let it be full of water monsters. That would suck. Wait, just aside from the, you know, the Tommy Tallarico self-promotion-y element of it, like, if someone makes a music track for a game, it's really easy to understand. Games that are very heavy on, like, big walls of text, non-gamery people, non-games industry people can be like, ah, yes, the busty Argonian maid, I understand this. Whereas, something like the game we just played earlier today, there is a lot of quote-unquote writing to it, or perhaps we would better to say like narrative design. But that's what's important. Okay, one of the two components found. But it's like, not to bring every topic back onto something that Will wanted to rant about, but, you know, one of the things that's been cheesing me off about Silksong not getting any awards is because, like, the music to Silksong is phenomenal. Like, some absolute best-in-class type shit, right? Except, it's not considered best-in-class because, one, a lot of it is diegetic, and you have to be good enough to get to the point of being able to use it, being able to hear it. You know, you do have to work your tuchus off to get to the point of that swelling crescendo in the Citadel. You know, it was the same thing with a lot of Soulsian type stuff in that you had to get to late game shit. Bloodborne feels like an aimless... Bloodborne can feel like an aimless story at the very beginning. You've got to get to the good shit before you know how good that good shit is, right? Just trying to make that jump. Do you think I need to go further back for the power? Ow. Oh, although the short gate I don't think is a region I was in. reach that guy. He's wrecking my day. For a throwing weapon. I got an inventory recharger, so if we head back to earlier segments, I can actually... What the fuck is this? Writing is easy, they say. Everyone who knows English can do it, they say. Yeah. But then, maybe that's where just me and my video game loving dyslexic naivete, like, anyone can write, but being a writer, that's something completely different. Writing is the medium, but being a writer, one does not do that casually. Go through the water before and then made it to the place with the recharge. Go down there, I went this way. Recharge my health here. In very uncomfortable showdown. Went through Old Market, we said hello to Strong Bad the Couch. Came through here, we fought Crabman. Can I hallucinate a charge battery down here somewhere? Quick question slash flashback of times yore. Did any of you play Kingpin Life of Crime back in the day? Because this feels like that mixed with Escape from New York, or maybe more Escape from LA. If you want to be a pedant about it. You know, I've not had the stomach to watch the new remake of The Running Man because this is what I was looking for. Okay, because I have a feeling it's going to be trash bag, poo-poo garbage. But and Escape from LA is not perfect by any means. Not even Mr. the Bruce Campbell as a plastic-faced evil plastic surgeon can fix that one. Oh, we can't get down there. This is bad. Let's beat it. Okay. Alright, I think we can get back this way. Yes. Then head towards the birds. But yeah, this just reminds me heavily of that, like the weightiness of the melee combat, the strange logic of it all. Start shit, we give him the old Kamehameha. Which I actually haven't had the chance to use yet. Anyway, if you didn't remember Kingpin Life of Crime, during the Quake era, it was surprisingly RPG-y immersive sim. It was definitely what a white bloke who grew up in suburbia would think that Crime Alley was like. Okay, thanks, I had it. But, like, in terms of actual, like, gameplay and stuff, it was surprisingly in-depth. And much like how Quake had 9 Inch Nails, bless you, Kingpin had Cypress Hill for the soundtrack. I don't know. We were living in a post-Reservoir Dogs world. A time of white mediocrity and crime. I mean, hell, even knowing who Cypress Hill was back then, in the UK at least, could earn you cool points. I'm gonna have to fight a spider, aren't I? Alright, those of you with arachnophobia probably need to Alt-Tab right about now. I mean, maybe it's not going to be a spider attack. Maybe we'll all be fine.
Later.
We're in the subway tunnel.
I mean, not yet. There will be.
I don't suppose you could pop into this game with your shooty gun bang and come save my ass?
Nope. Maybe if I could, I wouldn't.
Didn't hear that, friends. It was the response from Jess of, even if I could, wouldn't. Oh, good. Oh, God. Okay, so far no spiders, but definitely spiders man. Okay, here's the second MacGuffin. Oh boy, as we head back from this tunnel full of cobwebs, I sure hope nothing jumps out at me. Okay, there are spiders, just not yet. Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know. Little fire got better things to do than save your ass. Wow. Wow. What the fuck? So, we got found by Big Spider. And I'm now talking to Strong Couch. Not looking too fresh now, fresh meat. I can smell you from here. Yeah, we can't call you fresh meat no more. But, I don't know, just meat doesn't seem to roll off the tongue. Can't call you old meat yet. At least you aren't dead meat. I'm couch meat. What do you mean Will's not having a consistent voicing for characters? That doesn't sound like Will. You know, if this was Baldur's Gate, these would all be sheep. Verdon's like, I see Will's doing his 2 voices. Me and Sarge Coleman concluded they must have migrated down to the tunnels for some reason. We'll rest here, wait for further instructions. Over and out. I will say, in the general scheme of things, I can't complain of irrational fears. Like, it is quite possible that if I live my life correctly, I will never... Fuck, fell down. I will never encounter a shark for serious. I will never be in a situation where I have to touch a shark or a shark can touch me. Right?
And now's the bad time to tell you about our trip to Florida.
Fuck. Paid for by Shark Monthly, the #1 shark fighting magazine. Maybe he said something else there. I don't quite have enough for fiery footwork. But the thing is, like, being afraid of spiders, you can definitely encounter spiders in your day-to-day life. Oh, that's so cool. I have an icy Kamehameha. Just gonna Kamehame save my ass. Even the rats are weird. I don't know if any of the mod team are chilling and illing right now, but once we hit the point of no more spiders, we can put out an all clear in... Oh, is it bad?
Hold on, I have to watch to see where you're at.
We're in the tunnels.
Well, you have to get out of the scene. I don't know where you're at.
Okay. Hey, mate, you made it! For a place like this, my reception's surprisingly stellar. I think I like it here, guys. True. Anybody want a toasted spider? Good luck, champ.
You see where you're at.
I'm hanging with Dave here.
You gotta look around. I don't know where we are. Yeah. There's a spider boss battle, and I think you're heading into.
That doesn't sound like us.
So yeah, you're not clear yet. Yeah. That's what you're heading into.
Hooray!
Did you get the Did you happen to? Oh, you did, right? You found the taser, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna need that.
But I also have...
Welcome to the spider boss.
Oh, Kamehameha doesn't work on it.
No. It's
Oh. GG Nari! Nan. Really appreciate that there is friendly fire in this. Woohoo! I killed Gary the Spider. Fuck you, your name's Gary. Get fucked. Get fucked, Gary. Get fucked. Okay. Okay, so if any of the mod squad are here, if you would very kindly let folks know that this is the all clear, you are spider free. Unless Gary the Spider's coming back for Gary the Spider 2. Spider bastard. Though knowing my luck, the next one will be Shark Bastard. Sorry, every time you grab a melee weapon, your character's like little... Fucking love it. Okay. Okay, and we're back in the cavity. Whew. Just gotta get back through all of this. So, I guess in other topics, so Fred, what have you been playing? I am always curious to hear, like, what you've been spending time with. Because, like, you know, I don't get the chance to really hang with yourself and Ket as much as times of yours, so I don't have... Where the fuck is this? I don't have finger on the pulse for a lot of things. This area's fucking massive. Oh, we're cool. Fred has almost finished Rogue Trader. For those who don't know, so Rogue Trader is kind of like XCOM-ish tactics combat, but it's predominantly a big old chunky RPG and all the good shit that comes from it. I am very lost. I think I need to be heading the other way. Yes, I do. Oh. Well, Fearless, welcome back. So thank you again for throwing this in. So far, this is like an acid trip combination of Let It Die and Kingpin Life of Crime. It's like... I don't know. It's got this kind of escape from LA grindhouse sort of feel to it. Like, the devs said that they were going for something similar to, like, Tetsuo the Iron Man. And so far, I don't see it. But, you know, it's not for me to critique whether there is or is not true to its influence. I just left you! Fuck! Okay, let's try following the light the other way. But melee combat, good. It's got this kind of like left-right blocking system that feels really fun. And honestly, like, how about your friends? These days, I'll take fun over just about anything else. Ah, and this is our favourite character, Strong Bad Couch. Okay, Smarty Pants, how do you define consciousness then? Well, for one, it's a subjective experience of our own perceived world. A painful illusion. A way for our brains to protect us. But T, we don't have brains. No brains at all. Ah. Sorry, that place was called Good Swimmer Bank with a picture of a shark in it. I wonder what that could mean. Okay, so I think... This begs the question, how the fuck do we get out of here? Sorry, there's couch. Hey, Dustin, I'm just glad you're having fun with it. Okay. So we got this, we got this. Okay, which means I think that this is on this side. So we need to head across the tracks. This way. Farthest corner that way, up the stairs. Alright. So jump off here. Go all the way up this way. And in theory, should be... Or is this the separation between the track sides? Ah, okay, yeah. So this is good. And we want to go this way. Not there. Okay, now getting somewhere. And this should be the exit. Yeah! Woohoo! Okay. Spider free. Spider defeated. Victoire. Now, who wants to taste of my Hadouken? Okay, so this was the intro. Up through here, hippity hoppity. Intro, blah blah blah. Guards being creepy, blah blah blah. Stuff I didn't get earlier. That's where we just came from. Okay, brilliant. Right. I tell you what, friends, will you bear with me just a second? Okay. So Fred, actually, it is not panic. Little Fire is taking a break this evening, which is extremely understandable as they've got like a whole bunch of work shit coming up. So I'm gonna find where the bloke is for handing in the items. Then I'm gonna bring our adventures to a close, and then I will pass you on somewhere. I mean, hey, maybe we can find someone you can panic at. Okay, and we have made it to quote-unquote camp. Damn, so this is Shackles. I'm here to examine you before you step to camp. Hold still. You didn't hear any weird voices, have burning sensations, or lose a sense of time, right? If you start having any symptoms, be sure to check out the metal surgery. Don't worry, we're all bound to mutate. Just how crazy you go. Oh, fuck off. Stay away from the water. It's contaminated. The boys are working on it. When you said emergency squats, I thought you were fishing for. This is my squat music. Things I do for long shit. Alright. Got anything to throw in? Got anything you want to do as chaos wise? Let's say you've got like 4 or 5 minutes before I throw you to somebody else. Oh, look. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But I want to do closing thoughts real quick. Like, I really want to drill something. I feel like I keep coming back to this point, but like, what you need to do more than anything else right now is make something so unabashedly you, right? Like looking at that first game and thinking, hey, oh, hang on, bear with me just a sec. Like, treating your first game as kind of like finding your voice. Get to see the pet tax from earlier. Off your face. Okay, I'm not gonna get distracted. And a strong couch says, "Hey mate, you made it to your own turf. These folks sure know how to party. I think they look sad. Ozzy. Couch, that beer is soaking in." But no, looking to make something that's so unapologetically you, I think is really fucking important. Right? Like, finding your voice in the space is not an easy thing to do. And now, more so than ever, making a neutered or more palatable version of your art isn't really going to do a lot. You know, I keep thinking about how, like, this and fucking Arctic eggs and shit just stand out so well. Like, this is not animation that will set your world on fire. This is not an LA Noire sequel. But you know what this is? Memorable. It's grungy, it's fun, it's real, it's weird, it's cool, it's sad, it's nonsensical, and yet makes every bit of sense. Oh, can you believe this shit? Year of preparations, all for nothing. Made a nice smoky sauce, grew potatoes for a salad, made mayo, you know, everything. Only for some jackass to steal my slab of meat. I'd buy a new one from the kiosk, but can't afford it anymore. Buy Terry some meat. Meet Terry.
Good evening. You
Oh.
might have noticed some fresh faces at the camp. Our data shows that out of the 70 transferred inmates, roughly 20 made it all the way through, in one or two pieces. These men have shown their worth, and I expect you to give them a big, warm welcome. On other news, Sector 7 has been severely compromised. Now, we've already taken the necessary countermeasures at the expense of the residents, so do pour one out for your fallen comrades tonight. Rest assured, their demise will not be in vain. Resources secured for Sector 7 will be divided between the ones of you who are left. Last but not least, we congratulate you for making steady progress. At this pace, we should be able to reach the core of this island within just 1 year cycle. Our sponsors have messaged me that they are very much pleased. Or, for those of you who are new to the environment, that means big, big rewards for all of my inmates. Keep in mind, any breakthroughs must be reported to the guards immediately. Those who disobey this law will be reprimanded severely. Keep on digging until we meet again.
That's not sinister at all. And yet, you know what? I think having Build a Rocket Boy make the sequel to LA Noire would have been extremely funny, but probably with the insane drama. Oh god, this is the industrial sector. I don't know, maybe it would have fit them better. Hey! So, to the real hunter, Watto and welcome. We're actually just doing last thoughts, last feels. But if you haven't heard of this game or the previous game, Idols of Ash, I'm really happy to be able to tell you. But firstly, how was your stream? What were you up to? Okay. So yeah, if you all have got any chaos to unleash, now is the time to do it. And I am going to firstly an affiliate, alright? I know it gets brushed off, but it's a big deal. You worked hard for that. Congrats. So yeah. The game we've spent our time today playing is called Voltage High Society, and it is somewhere between Escape from LA and Kingpin Life of Crime and Let It Die. And it's fucking great. Jess found this yesterday, had a really good time with it, and Fearless very kindly gifted it to me so I could play it today. But the game we were playing before, let me just pop it up on screen, because, you know, you deserve this game. It's beautiful. It's called Idols of Ash, and it is a grapple hook climbing game where you descend down ancient ruins. And it was haunting and spooky, but not scary, and beautiful, and genuinely brilliant. Yes, it is the Centipede one. And I actually spent some time fucking around afterwards in the non-Centipede mode. But there's things you can do, like you can have it so that the Centipede is bioluminescent and other things. It's really good. Honestly, like, and having that thing chasing you, it puts a little bit of pep in your step, but ultimately it's the everything else of it that makes it so good. So yeah. I hope that you and yours will check it out, alright? Okay. But as for you, lovely Mother Hubbards, I've got to decide where we're... I've got to decide where we're heading next. See, the thing is, I don't want to head into anyone playing Pragmata, because I don't want any spoilers. Okay, I know I'm going to pass you lovely folks in just a second. If you haven't met them, my good friendo Chet of Portal and Left 4 Dead fame is streaming at the moment and is playing Double Action Boogaloo. Which, if you know what that means, you know that it's stuff of legend. To start even telling you about why Double Action Boogaloo is so good, God, I'd have to go through the whole history of the Hong Kong Blood Opera, the Half-Life modding scene, and how it fucking shaped video games. But that's another story. Chet is one of the folks who has his head on straight about modern video games business as well, so a wonderful person to meet. But that is it from me, dear friends. Okay? I'm going to roll the credits. I'm going to say thank yous, and like, as we're getting towards the end of the month, I will say things are scary again, but you lot were fucking lovely and somehow can just sense when I'm fucking panicking, so thank you. Alright. And to that end, I would like to thank the following Mother Hubbards, because whether you were just lurking all day, or whether you threw bits or cash or whatever, that's what keeps this going, like, day in, day out. You know. So seriously, thank you. To the Mental Monk and to Nick, like, thank you kindly. Neither of those were short sub sprees. And that's really fucking cool. To Simple Chaos, thank you for the cash. Donations are super, super, super welcome. Alright? Thank you. And to Ehrman, the Mental Monk, Akari, Scotty, Puns, Shitaru, Divershi, Bacon Avenger, and Vanderbeast. Like, I know most of those bits were throwing jokes of mockery at my stupid face, but that's how I'll be able to survive at the end of this month, so fucking thank you. To the Real Hunter and Restless Roots, doesn't matter if it's 2 people or 2,000. I really appreciate the raids. It's a real compliment, you're bringing your people in, and again, to the Real Hunter, like, seriously, congrats on making an affiliate. You've been working on that, friend, so seriously, congrats. And last but by no means least, to Caffeine and Nova, to Moose and Tal, thank you to all the mods who keep this fucking shit going. Like, seriously, thank you. Okay, now you can go be Chet's problem, so we'll go say hi, and then, yeah, that's it for tonight. Tomorrow is Blueprints. It's going to be cool. The last Blueprints episode, we cracked open a lot of shit, so be there or be square. It will also be the Dustin versus Verdant throwdown for firsts. Whoever gets it wins, but if any of you beat them to it, it's a draw and neither of them win. So yeah, will Verdant Flow be joining the Hall of Legends? Will Dustin finally begin their ascension? Or will they both be defeated by quick draws? Only time will tell. And yeah, Friday we got Horsey Game, and Saturday is Rock, Paper, Scissors, which currently has one sponsor. So if you want to sponsor a whole ass stream, I got you. Right, love to you all. Let's go say hi to chat. Have a great rest of your night. And you know, don't call me Snake. Fuck, couldn't think for a fucking Escape from LA line. Call me Snake. The name's Pliskin. That was bad, and I feel bad. Alright, let's go say hi.